at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Please note a new public speaker podium has been installed on the left side of the public gallery. Speakers should adjust their podium to a comfortable height for speaking into the microphone by using the controls on the bottom right-hand corner. So, Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meisner in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for civic business from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you. Today, we gather to observe ahead of next week the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia, and to honor the lives lost in the tragic Quebec City mosque attack on January 29th, 2017. This senseless act of violence claimed 6 lives and deeply impacted Muslim communities across Canada, while shaking our shared sense of safety and belonging. The City of Vancouver stands in solidarity with the Muslim community, today and always. We honor the victims through remembrance and through action by renewing our commitment to confront Islamophobia and all forms of hate and racism. Remembrance must lead to meaningful change. By fostering understanding, respect, and accountability, we reaffirm our dedication to building a society where everyone can live with dignity, safety, and peace. And Council and myself will now read the proclamation and proclaim January 27th, 2026 as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. And I'd like to ask all councillors to please meet me at the podium. After the finalization of the indicative design,
Welcome, everyone, and welcome to everyone who is viewing online. Before we do start with the proclamation, I do want to say a few words that we're all thinking and that we all feel during this time. You know, while we live in a pretty amazing place, this world is going through a lot of division and polarization, and communities of all type, and especially the Muslim community, they bear the brunt of it, of the small pockets of hate that manifests into something pretty big. And what I'd like to say to the Muslim community is the City of Vancouver, we definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We stand against Islamophobia, and we will work together with the community very enthusiastically to make sure that you feel loved, safe, and protected. The one thing I will take this opportunity to do, and I do it every single time we cover issues like this, is we want to work with the community. And what we need the community to do is, if you ever feel unsafe or you experience an incident of Islamophobia, please reach out to the city, please reach out to VPD and report these incidents, because the only way we can really help is if we are aware of these situations. And we know these incidents go vastly underreported, and we want to make sure that we change that, and so we can help the community even more. And so with that, we are very humbled to be able to do this proclamation today, which is the Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. And so I'm going to pass it over to our team members.
Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia, whereas on January 29th, 2017, a gunman motivated by white national ideology entered the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City and opened fire on dozens of Muslim worshippers.
And whereas, by the time the shooting had ended, 6 people had been tragically killed and 19 more were injured. Ibrahima Bari, Mamadou Tanubari, Khaled Balkasemi, Abakur, Tabi, Abdulkarim Hassan, and Azadin Sufian lost their lives that night.
And whereas Canadian Muslims across Canada were and continue to be affected by this and other acts of hate, racism, white supremacy, and Islamophobia.
And whereas to commemorate January 29th, Muslim communities in Vancouver have held vigils, discussions, and other events together with the National Council on Canadian Muslims, the BC Muslim Association, Majid Yulhaq, Vancouver, and an annual vigil during evening prayers at the Vancouver Al Jamia Mosque on 8th Avenue, which is the oldest mosque in British Columbia.
And whereas the federal government of Canada, as well as the cities of Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, Markham, Hamilton, and Windsor, have all designated January 29th as a day of remembrance and action on Islamophobia. Many municipalities across Canada commemorate the events of January 29 with their Muslim community partners.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of our elected officials and everyone who chooses to work at the City of Vancouver every single day, do very humbly proclaim January the 29th, 2026 as Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia in the City of Vancouver.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so the plan for today. The plan is to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. So we have Report 1 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. And the committee may adopt these recommendations for Report 1 on consent. Okay. I was going to ask if any member wanted to hold the item, but not seeing anybody, so moved by Councillor Dominant. Would you like to be added to the queue, Councillor Maloney? Yeah, sure. Councillor Maloney.
I would like to hold the report for a brief question.
Okay, so we'll hold Report 1. So we do, I believe that's the only report that we had on the consent agenda. So we will move to that report. Sorry, one moment here. Okay, thanks everyone. Okay, so as we are holding report one, we do have a presentation for this report on the 2026 assessment role presentation by BC Assessment. So we have Michael Law, Deputy Assessor, and Nicholas Harrison, Deputy Assessor, both from BC Assessment, here to present this morning. Good morning.
Thank you, and I'm just going to quickly introduce, we've got the three representatives from BC Assessment, and this is a presentation that they do every year to update council on the new assessment role. So I'll introduce Michael Law and Nicholas Harrison from BC Assessment, and also note that Ed Shum, the Director of ICI Lower Mainland, is available to answer questions. Thank you.
We're good. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. On the way here, we were actually talking about how many years in a row that we've come to present to council, and we pegged it at almost 2 decades, I think. So really, I think it's a great illustration on the strong partnership between the City of Vancouver and BC Assessment. And again, it is a pleasure to be here to give the update. So again, my name is Michael Law. With me is Nicholas Harrison. Today we'll be covering, just go through the agenda here. We'll start off with a little bit again about BC Assessment, our evaluation and classification, our assessment cycle key dates. Then we'll transition to the 2026 assessment role overview. We'll talk a little bit about our appeal process and our role stability for the City of Vancouver. And then further after that, we'll talk about additional resources for property owners within Vancouver. And finish that off with time for questions. So to start off, I'll pass it along to Nicholas.
Morning, everyone. I guess before we kind of get into the role overview, we figured it's obviously important, as we've done in the past, just to kind of go through essentially how we've gotten here today, such as valuation processes, key dates, and as well as just the history of BC Assessment. So for those, BC Assessment, prior to 1974, at that time, municipalities were all responsible for their own taxations, their own assessments, which actually created issues effectively from a perspective of fairness. And so up until that point, there was a real pressure to create an independent organization that was essentially responsible for all the valuations for the properties across BC. And so come 1974, under the Assessment Act, BC Assessment was essentially established. With that, it is a Crown corporation that is actually independent of taxing authorities, which is reliant to have that accuracy and that fair assessment. Our enduring purpose is quite simple. It is supporting communities through independent excellence in property assessments, which is backed by our 4 core values, where we are here for each other, we own our own experience, we are one team, and we are dedicated learners as well. For our stakeholders and our commitments to essentially BC, we look to not just essentially the property owners from residential and non-residential. We also have our stakeholders with the provincial government, local governments such as yourselves, as well as Indigenous nations. Our product. For those that have actually received our tax notices, or assessment notices, sorry, in the last few weeks, is evident of what our product is. That product reflects over 2.2 million properties across BC that we assess, which essentially equates to 2.77 trillion in value. This product identifies who the property owners are, values, classification, and the exemptions for each property. This assessment notice is essentially reliant by local municipalities to determine essentially the opportunity to raise billions in property tax revenue to support local communities and the local services as well. How we value different properties. We have 2 major key dates that we focus on. Every year we look at July 1st as our valuation date, to which then we look at October 31st, which is our physical condition and permitted use date. And then from that point on, we look at what's transpiring in the market. We look at the subject sites themselves. What kind of locational aspects do we have? What are other property sites selling for? And other characteristics such as the improvements themselves. Factors affecting market value. We're all pretty privy to What are some of these factors? We're living in here today in a beautiful city such as Vancouver as being a desirable location. Some of these are some of our more predominant factors that impact those market value perspectives. We look at land use controls that are set out by the cities, even from other governing bodies. We look at land characteristics, not necessarily just at the site itself. Maybe there's topography, might be located close to proximity to beaches, parks, and factors of that nature. Outside of just the land, we also look at building characteristics. What is the size, the age, and overall quality? Do people do essentially any renovations to otherwise upwards impact the value of that property? As we look at some of these income-producing properties, we also look at what is their income potential, and essentially what is a lot of the risk potential and some of their capitalization and the returns on that investment. So highest best use, for those that might not necessarily be aware of certain appraisal terms, the foundation of market value is based on the highest best use. It is the reasonable and probable use of a property that basically looks at the 4 tests. So the first one is being physically possible. When we have a vacant site, we want to know what can actually be built on that. Is there certain things that would impede development on a site? From there, we move over to essentially land use controls, items that are set out by NCPs, OCPs, set out by the local municipalities to determine what is kind of the guidance for their use that they want in place. From there, we actually look at what's actually even financially feasible. Depending on those uses, obviously we want to look at what is actually profitable. Not necessarily everyone's in the business of losing money. So we look at the feasibility of all those types of uses, and we ultimately end at the end of the day, what achieves the highest value. And that's where we ultimately end our assessments at for those that are not legislated, looking at the market value for those properties. Land use and market value. As we've seen with the City of Vancouver, obviously there's a lot of densification, reconfigurations within OCP, so it's very apparent for us to be aware of a lot of those changes. So very first, we look at local governments when they want to implement new community plans. We have a look at how property owners are responding to that. Are there rezonings taking place? From there, is there redevelopment happening? And how that impacts our market value is how the market essentially absorbs those changes. When we're looking at redevelopment happening, are we looking at smaller sites, maybe 1-story, 2-story buildings, selling essentially for a premium because there's upward lift for density or forever, or for whatever in that matter? From there, taking those sales directly reflects the assessment. And that's what we portray in terms of July 1st. Outside of valuation, we look at classification. So BC assessment classifies up to 9 categories. For the purpose of the City of Vancouver, approximately 95% or just over in terms of the assessed value falls into 2. It's classification 1, which is residential, and class 6, which is business and other. Assessment key cycles. So these are very important periods as we're just going through it right now, as we said, with some of your assessment notices going out. We're currently in that inquiry period. It gives property owners opportunities to essentially audit their assessments. We give the opportunity for them to reach out, discuss with appraisers, and just get a narrative as to how we ended up with the assessments and where they're at today. As we move forward into that period of February to March 15th, this is the opportunities for property owners to essentially appeal at the first level of appeal at the Property Assessment Review Panel, to which we await upon decisions, and if there's success in that, there's a revised rule that essentially is sent out after that period. Once we've made our way through that, we move on to the spring period. This is essentially the groundworks where we're implementing updates for the upcoming roll year again, where we have appraisers who are taking into consideration building plans, adding inventory. We have appraisers reaching out to members upon sales or who are involved in market transactions. That could be purchasers, vendors, brokers, just to get a real sense of doing their due diligence to understand what's taking place in the market today. And as we move forward, we make our way to the second stage of the appeal process, which is the Property Assessment Appeal Board, which we'll discuss a little bit later in the presentation, and ultimately ending at our valuation date of July 1st. As we make our way to the fall period, this is essentially where we are closing out our roll production. We're finalizing a lot of the factors as we prepare that next year's assessment. We look to October 31st, where we have members canvassing properties, making sure that our assessments are accurate based on what actually exists on the property, ultimately leading to December 31st when those assessments are initially sent out. At that point, we've completed that cycle to where we are at today and essentially repeat the process. As we've seen over the last few years, there's been obviously some sways in terms of market movement. And so we've received often statements from property owners, such as this one, which says, my assessment has gone up 30%. I can't afford my taxes to go up 30%. BC Assessment does attempts to essentially create that relationship and have property owners be aware of that relevance between assessed values and taxation. So we use diagrams such as this in order to help that educate them on that story and the relationship between the two. Just because the assessment went up doesn't necessarily mean taxation is going up, independent of budgetary increases from the city's perspective. If we're looking at a property going up relative to the average change of their class, if it's lower, it's likely that their taxes won't go up, but they will go down, or vice versa. If it is above the average, it's likely they will increase. And so it's part of our ability to try and convey that message, which we put on our assessment notices. We also put on our website. So that's just a little bit of a backstory about assessment cycles and the process itself. So right now, I'll hand it off to Mike to discuss about the overview.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right, before we jump into the City of Vancouver numbers, we'll give a quick snapshot on the province as a whole. So on the top left, you'll see that the total roll for the province of British Columbia was $2.75 trillion, which is a decrease of minus 2.5% from the previous year. Total non-market change, which is also known as new construction, also decreased by approximately 9.4% over the previous year to $34.7 billion. For the entire province, 77% of the total assessment roll is residential class 1 value at $2.2 trillion. The total number of properties that BC Assessment assessed for the 2026 roll was 2,223,648, which represents a 1% increase over the previous year. Now, focusing more on the City of Vancouver, the total roll for the 2026 assessment roll value was $491,819 million, rounded. That represents a minus 6.5 decrease from the previous year. Total non-market change, again, that's considered new construction, decreased approximately 13% from the previous year to $5.158 billion. Although, just to put that into context, last year was approximately $5.9 billion, which was the highest for quite some time. Previous to this year, the 5-year average for non-market change was approximately $4.8 billion. So this current year, or 2026, is a little bit higher than that average. Total residential value for the City of Vancouver for this year decreased to about approximately 5.2%. For $3.68.9 billion. Although the total properties assessed in the city did increase by 0.6% to 223,570. So looking at the history of the total roll value for the City of Vancouver, you'll see from 2020 to 2026 on the graph. From 2020 to approximately 2023, you'll see the increase year over year. In 2024, there was a very slight increase from the previous year. 2025 saw a slight decrease, and then this current year where you're seeing the larger decrease. This graph shows the distribution of property value based on property class. So as Nicholas mentioned, Class 1, which is residential, and Class 6, which is business and other, do make up the largest proportion of the distribution. Class 1 in total makes up 75% of Vancouver's total assessment roll. On this graph, you'll see that the Class 1 is broken down into 3 categories. The largest one within Class 1 is residential single-family homes, which makes up 41.8% of the total assessment roll. Residential strata, so apartments and townhouses, make up 23.2% of the total assessment roll. And then the remainder of Class 1, such as multifamily buildings and other, 10.1%. And then Class 6, business and other, 19.6%. So when we look at total roll value, we also look at the total taxable roll value, which is a little bit different. So all the taxable roll value is the total roll value minus exemptions. And exemptions are properties such as city-owned properties, hospitals, schools that are not taxable. And the net taxable roll for the City of Vancouver for 2026 is $436.9 billion. This slide shows the typical range between different property types. So single families, about 85% of single family homes fell between the range of -10 and 0% between July or last year's assessment and this year's for July to July. Residential strata, -10% to +5. Commercial and industrial, we saw the largest decreases at -30 to flat to 0%. And then commercial industrial strata, a different property type, -5 to +15. This is a graph to show the distribution. So again, single-family dwellings, most properties fell within -10 to -6 and -5 to -1 or flat. Residential strata, again, between -10 to +5, with most of the properties, these types of properties, within the -5 to -1. And then the distribution for non-residential property. There is quite a range because it does combine what we saw previously, commercial and industrial land, in addition to the commercial industrial strata properties, which varied quite a bit. So market change, non-market change. Again, this is what we consider new construction. This chart at the top shows the total change breakdown, and then the total change divided into two categories, non-market change, new construction, and then change due to market. So for example, residential single-family homes, the top line, the total change was -6.18% over the previous year. But non-market change and new construction added about 0.3%, whereas changes due to market movement decreased by 6.61%. So for a total, you'll see that over the previous year, the non-market change increased the total roll of 1.11%, although the market changes due to market movement decreased by 7. On the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see the top 5 neighborhoods that contributed to non-market change the most. So Marine Drive at 11.7%, Mount Pleasant 11.3%, Cambie at 9.8%, Oak Ridge at 8.8%, and Grandview at 7.4%. On the right side at the bottom, you'll see the top 5 neighborhoods for market movement. So Cedar Cottage was -2.7%, Fraser View -3.61%, Knight -4.1%, Renfrew -4.4%, and South Vancouver -4.5%. So again, this really reflects the trend for the properties decreasing from last year. Moving on to our appeal process and roll stability. So I won't go into too much detail as Nicholas covered this already, but the important dates again, our deadline to appeal a property is February 2nd this year. From that point to mid-March, we have the first level of appeals, and then after that, starting April 30th, the second level of appeals. So this charts the roll acceptance between 2020 and 2025. We don't have the numbers for 2026 as the deadlines have not passed yet. But this chart shows from 2020 to 2025 the different levels of roll acceptance. BC assessment as a target sets roll acceptance at 98% or greater. This past year for 2025, where we do have the complete data, roll acceptance was at 98.7%, so higher than the previous years. When we look at the appeal statistics for this past 2025 roll, we'll see a drop in the first level of appeals, which is PARP, at 2,878, and then a PAB, which is the second level of appeals, 758. And those appeals are split between residential and non-residential at 145 and 613. Another interesting number that we always monitor and is one of our targets is the roll stability in terms of the change in roll between the completed roll when it's delivered to the city at the beginning of January versus what we call the revised roll. So after the first level of appeals by the end of March, beginning of April. So for this past year, the roll changed by -0.12%. Our target for roll stability is minus 0.5%, so this is well below that target. And also to put into perspective, the previous year, our roll stability change was minus 0.24. So for the 2025 roll, that was cut in half. So at this point, I would like to take the time to mention again that this process in developing the assessment role is a collaborative process with the City of Vancouver. And I also want to take this time to really acknowledge the city staff that we work with. They are instrumental in working with us to develop a high quality and stable assessment role. And really, it reinforces that strong relationship between the City of Vancouver and BC Assessment. So additional resources for Vancouver property owners. We always like to remind everyone that there are a lot of resources available for the public to look at if they are curious about their assessment and their values. Our website, bcassessment.ca, is very popular this time of year, where you can check on your property values. There's also a lot of other information on there too, recent sales, what neighboring properties are. We encourage people to go to our website or give us a call if they do have any questions. There are also other resources as well in terms of the first and second level of appeals at the gov.bc.ca website. So at this time, that's really the end of our presentation. And are there any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Fry on the queue.
Morning. Nice to see you, and thanks for the presentation. And I think probably notwithstanding the market conditions and home sales and stuff, I think many people would be surprised the extent to which a lot of assessments have dropped across the city. And I'm wondering, just because a lot of the decisions we make here obviously are around land use and planning and zoning and that kind of thing. And if you could touch on the correlation between, say, zoning and the addition of new density and housing units and how that impacts assessments more broadly on residential.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe I'll go a little bit back into history. So historically, what we have seen previous to the last couple of years is typically when an area is the plan is updated to increase density, we've seen that once that happens, we see that property values increase due to the ability to build more density to change that property type. In the last year, especially, but last couple of years, we have seen that trend basically not follow that trend, where values, even though there are increases in densities, the values may not follow. And typically there are two parts to that. Yes, there's the ability to build and to increase density and change that property type. But also the market, may recognize that, but also too is affected by, other variables, other things where it may not follow the previous path of density equals increase in value, where we're seeing now where that's not the case, where the market is showing that the demand for development land in particular is not quite there and has been decreasing.
Okay, so to put a finer point on it, when we approve a rezoning on a parcel of land, or say, moving it from industrial into some kind of mixed use or residential use, and that's approved as a rezoning in theory, but they don't break shovels in the ground. How much does that impact the assessed value and accompanying tax burden?
So again, our assessed values are based on market value. So when you look at, the sales that we base our assessment roll on, it is a reflection of multiple variables, including that one. So to say exactly, the way you're putting it, probably I would rephrase that and say, does it affect it potentially? But really, it's all the factors that go into that sale price that reflect if there's an impact or not.
Right, so it's not just the act of rezoning that will, that's a part of it, but it does come down to market and
That's correct. Nicholas touched on it in the highest and best use. Is part of it is financial feasibility. So although there is the land use component where it is possible to build, there also is that financial feasibility component where is it financially feasible to do that? And that again is reflected in sale prices.
Okay, shifting gears entirely to something completely different, on Class 8, and how we qualify nonprofits, whether there's a split assessment component. I'm gonna preface this by I attended the swearing-in ceremony for an Anavets Hall. So Anavets, like Legions, are fraternal organizations, and I was astounded to learn their property tax burden as a result of their assessed value, and that they don't necessarily qualify as a nonprofit, I believe. So I'm curious, how do we qualify nonprofits in that context for, say, Legion Halls and similar fraternal organizations?
So the legislation on Class 8 is fairly clear in terms of nonprofit and fraternal organizations. If I can maybe ask you a further question, is it purely on the classification or is it related more to exemption?
Well, I mean, I think that, where I'm kind of wondering is this a role for a permissive tax exemption kind of thing from the city, or is there a role for BC assessment to say, well, this is, Legion Halls and Anavet Halls are historic and traditional fraternal organizations representing people who sacrifice for our country, and that, where do they fall under a nonprofit?
Okay. So under, classification of Class 8 nonprofit fraternal organizations, again, without kind of knowing the details of a specific one, it's a little bit difficult to go over the specifics. But I will say typically, the Class 8 fraternal organization, within that is an organization, non-for-profit, that operates, again, this gets a little specific, especially when you talk about split class, because of the use of the property as well. So really, it's not enough just for something to be, in this case that maybe we're talking about right now, that is purely, a specific organization, but it's also that use.
Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed we're over time.
Okay.
Apologies.
We can, if you'd like to follow up, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. And no decision is required on this item, as this presentation is for information only. So we'll now move to our next item, which is the held report, contract award for construction services for Granville Bridge, structural repairs, and recoding phase 2. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, this item does not have a presentation. Councillor Maloney, you held this item, so you do have 5 minutes to ask questions to our team members.
Thanks. I'm interested to know whether this has includes any preparations or implications for the installation of means prevention fencing.
Mayor and Council. Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Mattel. I'm the Director of Streets with Engineering Services. No, this is strictly rehabilitation of the bridge.
Okay, and no implications for the Granville connector or the extension of further access?
No, all of our work will be on the underside of the bridge.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Okay, so a reminder that any committee member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. You need a vote assist? Okay, great. Okay, that passes unanimously, and that completes that item. Okay, we will now move to council member motions. Motion 1, good pay for good people's work. Recertifying Vancouver as a living wage employer was co-submitted by Councillor Maloney and Councillor Fry and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. Every time we meet as a council, the chair of the meeting reads some really important words. about how much we appreciate our staff, which we all genuinely do. One of the most useful things we can do to express our gratitude and appreciation is to pay all our staff a living wage. We earn a living wage, and all our colleagues at the city should too. Low-wage workers often face impossible choices between buying groceries or heating their homes, paying bills or making rent on time, and these trade-offs can lead to mounting debt, chronic stress and long-term health issues. Our City of Vancouver colleagues shouldn't be forced to work long hours, sometimes at multiple jobs, just to cover their family's basic needs. They shouldn't have to lose precious time with their children or miss out on community life. Unlike the minimum wage, or even the fair wage calculated over a 5-year average, which falls short of covering real life expenses, the living wage reflects the actual cost of living in Vancouver. Since the first Metro Vancouver living wage calculation in 2008, the living wage has been higher than the BC minimum wage. The City of Vancouver's Fair Work Program's updated rate has just been raised to $25.04 per hour, up from $23.37 per hour, a 7.15% increase, which is great. According to Living Wage BC, the current living wage in Metro Vancouver, however, is $27.85, $2.81 lower than the living wage. So sorry, the fair wage rate is lower than the living wage by $2.81 per hour. The current minimum wage in BC is $17.85, and so that's a $10 per hour difference. The living wage calculation is intentionally modest and doesn't include a whole lot of things, including debt repayments or retirement savings or home ownership costs. Earning a living wage helps workers and their families escape poverty and chronic financial stress, and offers a basic level of economic security, and we should reinstitute the city's certification as a living wage employer.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Fry will second the motion, and thank you. We will now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Public speakers speaking in person can use the new podium on the left side of the gallery. Please adjust the podium to a comfortable height for speaking into the microphone by using the controls on the bottom right-hand corner of the podium. So our first public speaker is Stephen Von Schikowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Stefan Von Schikowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labour Council, and we represent over 90 affiliated local unions with over 60,000 members in Vancouver and neighboring jurisdictions. I'm here today to, of course, support this motion, encourage Council to adopt this motion. While many of the workers impacted by living wage policy are non-union, we believe that union or not, work should lift you out of poverty, not keep you there. The City of Vancouver was a fairly early adopter of the living wage back in 2016. We were very proud to be part of a broad coalition of labor community and faith organizations who took this issue up, got the attention of those who sat in this chamber at that time, and achieved the unanimous adoption of living wage policy. Each year thereafter, the city recertified without issue and without controversy. And since that time, many other municipalities in this region and across the province have become living wage employers, and they're joined by some 400 employers across BC. Despite the increase in living wage rates in recent years, driven by inflation, the number of living wage employers has increased, and no other municipality has stepped away from this commitment. Why? Because it's the right thing to do and because it works. Living wage helps workers get by during the ongoing affordability crisis, brings dollars back to the local economy, and helps those who live here to be able to choose, or who work here to be able to choose to live here. It improves employee morale, retention, and aids in recruitment. And it shows value and respect for the people who keep our city running. It's time for the City of Vancouver to get back on track. A year's gone by, but the city can easily correct course on this and come through on this issue for Vancouver workers. Our Labour Council urges you to vote in support of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for getting your first name wrong. Speaker 2, Anastasia French. Morning.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. I'm Anastasia French, Managing Director of Living Wage BC, and I live and work in Vancouver. As you can tell from my accent, I'm not originally from here. I'm from London, and I first heard about the idea of a living wage in 2012 when the Conservative Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, introduced a living wage policy for all city workers and contractors. The living wage was a non-partisan solution to solving poverty. It came from the belief that if you're working hard, you should be able to pay the bills. It was that principle that led to a unanimous vote in favour of Vancouver becoming a living wage employer in 2017. The city became the largest living wage employer in all of Canada and led many other employers to follow in their footsteps. We were therefore incredibly disappointed in 2023 when they went back on this commitment. This decision meant that hundreds, possibly thousands of city workers and contractors were no longer earning an income that meant that they could pay for food, rent, and other essentials. These are the workers that clean this building. These are the workers that checked our bags to make sure that we were safe, that sell us ice creams in the park, that stack the shelves in the libraries. These are the very workers that make Vancouver a livable city, and yet they're not earning an income that means they can afford to live here. There are nearly 500 employers across BC that have stepped up and are making a living wage employment. They range from small businesses to non-profits and municipalities like the cities of Victoria, Port Coquitlam, and Burnaby. They know that paying the living wage to their workers isn't just the right thing to do, but it makes business sense as well. In fact, 98% of living wage employers in BC have benefited from the program. They found it lowers staff turnover, it increases retention and recruitment, and it boosts morale. When this motion was last debated, some councillors pointed to the fact that the city was voted one of BC's top employers. That's great, but it kind of sidesteps the issue. A top employer would care that every single one of your staff and contractors can earn a wage that pays the bills. Because the lowest paid workers aren't looking for incentive programs to keep fit or commute to work, which is what the top employers program looks at. They're looking to earn enough to pay the bills. To argue that paying a lower fair wage creates more stability for workers in unstable times is simply not true. Unfortunately, we're living in really uncertain times. And right now, the best thing that these workers need to help them through this uncertainty is to know that their employer, their city, has their back. And when rent and food costs go up, so will their wages. In a city as expensive as Vancouver, it's vital that the City Council leads by example and ensures that all their workers can afford to live in Vancouver and they can keep spending money in Vancouver. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 3 is Suzanne Skidmore. Morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Council.
Suzanne, sorry, before you begin, I need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I'm not. I'm a resident of New Westminster.
Thank you.
And my name is Suzanne Skidmore. I'm the president of the BC Federation of Labour. We represent 500,000 unionized workers in British Columbia, many of whom live here, right here in the city of Vancouver. I'm here to speak in strong support of the motion for the city of Vancouver to recertify as a living wage employer. I'm speaking today for the workers in this city who are struggling to get by, as you've just heard, workers making impossible choices between rent and groceries, workers who are asking themselves whether this city still has room for them. I'm talking about the cleaner who takes 2 buses to get to work because they can't afford to live here in this city, the recreation worker choosing between paying rent and buying their kids winter boots or a rain jacket. These are the people this council should be voting to help today. We know from the city's own documents that this is not a major budget issue. The city of Vancouver can and should do this. Most city employees already earn more than the living wage of $27.85 an hour, many because they are protected by their union. So let's be clear, this is not a financial question, it's actually a values question. Do you believe in supporting the lowest paid workers in the city, or do you not? Refusing to be a living wage employer hurts only the most vulnerable workers, the people already struggling the most. In November, this council cut 400 jobs and slashed funding for arts and culture. 600 residents came to council asking you to reconsider. They were told they were an awesome waste of time. And here we are again. Budgets are making choices, and the choices you make show us what you value. At the BC Federation of Labour, we believe every worker deserves a wage that allows them to live and work in the same city. That is why I'm calling on you today to return to being a living wage employer. Workers are telling us that they're hurting. You have a chance right now to help the workers who are feeling that strain the most. Not everyone gets to sit in your chairs. Not everyone gets the opportunity to make decisions that directly affect people's lives. You do, and that is a big responsibility. Supporting a living wage would make a real concrete difference for city workers and contractors. And it would set an example for employers all across British Columbia. But no matter how this vote turns out today, working people are watching. They are standing together, they're standing up for themselves, and they're standing up for the communities they live in, just like this one. Whether you're a cleaner, a planner, an electrician, or a server, if you're a working person in this city, you deserve respect. And you deserve someone who will fight alongside you. I'm here to remind workers across Vancouver of that important issue. Unions are part of our community. Unions are making positive changes, and we're not done. We're here fighting for workers and what they need today. And we'll keep fighting tomorrow and the next day after that. There's an election, as you all know, this fall, and workers are paying attention for who stands up for them. So we'll be talking to our neighbors and our coworkers, and we'll be organizing to build power and vote for a city council who supports all of the workers who live here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to Speaker 4, Parker Johnson. Just need a moment to get Parker on the phone.
Hello.
Hi, Parker.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hello. My name is Parker Johnson. I live here in Vancouver. Previously was a city worker, worked at the city from 2007 to 2017, during which time the city did become a living wage employer, and very much looking forward to seeing that happen again. I've appreciated all the remarks from the previous speakers and the strong support also from the unions. I'm here principally to encourage folks to do the right thing and really to be the leaders that people elected you to be. Minimum wage is what people talk about. A living wage is what is basic, what is essential for people to survive. And that's not even necessarily talking about people thriving, but just for people to get by and do what they need to do. So to be able to live and know that the public officials who've been elected are fighting for them so they can live with humanity, dignity, and respect and not feel exploited. Particularly during these times when things are quite precarious. There's increased run on food banks. We're finding also that, there's people struggling all over the city. And for the city to be a top employer, it minimally needs to do living wage. And the other part that I just want to underscore here is that for the folks who are at the bottom of the ladder here in terms of pay, that's really the measure of what the city is doing for its workers economically. Contract workers, unionized workers, non-unionized workers, people need to get paid well. And the city really should, particularly given that it's one of the most expensive places to live in North America, needs to step up and return to a living wage. Ideally, something more than just a living wage, but minimally a living wage. And I hope that people will regain the commitment to the people that you're here to serve and vote to reinstate the living wage and to serve the folks minimally so that people are not continuing to struggle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 5, William Azaroff. Morning.
Thank you for entertaining this motion. I'm William Azaroff. I'm the CEO of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. I'm a resident of Vancouver, strongly in support of this motion. I was a senior leader at Van City when we brought in living wage at Van City. And I can tell you what it did for the culture and for attraction and recruitment and all kinds of things. But I can also tell you what it did for the security guards who welcomed everybody who came to head office at Van City. For Shane, who was one of those security guards who got paid a different amount when he worked at Van City from the days he worked at another employer, and the difference it made to his life. And so when I started at Brightside, it was the first decision I made at Brightside. My second week on the job, we decided to certify as a living wage employer, and it's had a huge impact. We couldn't be a poverty alleviating organization on one hand and not pay our workers a living wage on the other. So it's an incredibly important thing to do. I'd also like to say that, I know from my Van City experience that for an organization like City of Vancouver, a complex, big organization, there is an administrative burden, especially when you're talking about the vendors, the suppliers, the contractors. But we're so lucky to have living wage for families here, not only because they do such a good job calculating the living wage on behalf of all employers in Metro Vancouver, but because at Van City, we found we could work with them to find the right solution where we had data integrity around our contractors, but in a way that wasn't burdensome. So if part of the concern is the burden, there are ways to work through that. So yeah, and I think this is an incredibly important thing to do. I really hope that, I think everyone in this room considers themselves to be a values-based leader. All the people I've interacted with since arriving at City Hall are all security guards, I assume all of whom would be impacted by this decision. And as values-based leaders, we have to be able to look our employees in the eye and know that we're doing what we can to help them get through in the city, especially those who choose to work at the city itself. The city has to do everything in its power to make sure those employees can stay and thrive here. So I truly hope we recertify City of Vancouver as a living wage employer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 6, Tyler Peterson. Morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyler Peterson. I'm a resident of Vancouver in the downtown east side. I'm here today as on my own behalf as somebody who lives and works in this city to support this motion for the City of Vancouver to recertify as a living wage employer. Paying workers a living wage is not only the moral thing to do, it also makes economic sense with reductions in turnover, absenteeism, and recruitment costs. A respected workforce that is paid properly is more productive, has higher morale, and boosts our local economy with increased consumer spending in local businesses. A city that pays workers a living wage that allows them to live in the communities that they work in is something to be proud of. But more than that, it is the responsible thing to do for our shared long-term success. Every year, the city invests in workers' education. And this is important. It helps to enhance their efficiency and it provides important career development. But when we don't compensate workers properly, they leave, and that investment is lost. And with all this talk about the need to promote affordability, it's more than a little bit ironic that the city chooses to pay workers less than what it costs to live here. The living wage for Vancouver in 2026, as mentioned, is $27.85 an hour. Now, Vancouver's fair wage in 2026 is $25.04 an hour. That difference is nearly $3 an hour, or between $5,100 and $5,800 a year for full-time workers. Those are months of rent. The city is costing workers this money, and walking back this designation that has been in place successfully for nearly 10 years. This is a small cost to the city, but a life-changing amount for workers, allowing them to save for rainy days, to live in the city, to buy in the city. These are things that we should all want to see employers take part in. And it's frustrating that we need to beg our governments to do what we know is the right thing. But here I am. I'm asking you to pay your workers a living wage so they can enjoy the same quality of life that so many of us take for granted. I'm asking you to support the service providers that make this city wonderful. I'm asking you to recertify as a living wage employer by Living Wage BC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 7, Amanda Burrows.
Hello, Amanda Burrows, resident of Vancouver, speaking in support I am the executive director of First United in the downtown east side, and we are so proud to be a living wage employer. We are also a charity and have to be so responsible and mindful of our resources. And yet, we still make a clear commitment to paying our workers fairly. Our vision is a neighborhood here where the worth of every person is celebrated and all people thrive. And we are guided by our principles of dignity, belonging, and justice. And these are more than just words. They're how we show up in our frontline work and the impact we are trying to have in this community. And if this is how we are trying to show up for our residents, then it also must be how we show up for our workers. Our visions of our communities must include our workers. At our organization, we do everything in our power to provide an income that helps workers stay in Vancouver. That includes our frontline staff, our cleaners, our cooks, the people who show up every single day to care for others and keep our programs safe and clean. We make this commitment because we believe people deserve to be able to live in the city they serve. We also regularly ask our residents for feedback, and one of the questions we often ask is, what does dignity mean to them? And a shelter resident shared this with us. I am treated with respect here. The food is good, although I'd like more fries. I feel safe, and the shelter is so clean. The staff are nice. And dignity to me is that I don't have to rush to finish my meal. We are so proud of feedback like this, and this feedback is because we have staff that are committed to this community, our vision, and a work culture where workers themselves are treated with dignity and respect. One of the clearest and most tangible ways to show respect and dignity for workers is by being a living wage employer. I love this city, I am a resident of the city, and I love the workers who help the city run, the people who care for our neighborhoods. So today I am asking for your leadership to show respect in a way that is concrete and meaningful to bring back the living wage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 8, May McKay. Morning.
Morning. Way down. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary McKay, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I currently work in Vancouver, but reside in Port Moody. I would like to voice my support for the council members' motion that would see the City of Vancouver recertify as a living wage employer for 2026. While I might be a new face to all of you, the council knows Brightside. You know that we provide housing and the communities that we build here in Vancouver. Whoa, what's happening? The communities that we build in Vancouver. This meaningful but challenging work is made possible by the talented and dedicated staff of Brightside. Each day, this team strives to ensure that hundreds of seniors, working class families, and people with disabilities can find, access, and afford a safe and secure home in our beloved city. As the cost of living seems to increase daily and financial uncertainty is on the rise, a fair living wage for honest work is more critical than ever before. As a values-driven organization, Brightside first became a certified living wage employer in 2019. We were driven by a deep commitment to ensure our own staff would be paid fairly and be able to afford day-to-day living in our very expensive city. We've proudly recertified every year since, though it hasn't been easy, even extending living wage expectations into our procurement policies. Brightside continues to advocate for living wage across the affordable housing sector. I personally have served 3 consecutive years on the Living Wage Employers Committee to further demonstrate our commitment and encourage others to recognize the employer value proposition that certification offers. The City of Vancouver employs thousands of people with many families trying to make ends meet in the very city that they're working to make better. Everyone deserves dignity for honest work and to earn a living wage for the good work they do. Whether they are working in a nonprofit community housing organization or for a world-class municipality, who will also be hosting one of the largest sporting events, all Vancouverites really should have an opportunity to thrive in the city in which they work and live. I encourage you, Mayor and Council, to adopt this motion and recertify the City of Vancouver as a living wage employer. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Speaker 9, Caitlin Stockwell.
Good morning, Council.
As a Vancouver resident that benefits from the work of city employees and contractors that keep our city clean and keep our city running, I'm speaking in support of this motion for Vancouver to recertify as a living wage employer. Members of the public have heard this council say loudly that it stands for affordability for Vancouverites. Supporting a living wage for city workers that provides what a full-time worker needs to be able to afford basic essentials is key to delivering on commitments to making the city more affordable for all its residents. To vote this motion down would send the message that this council believes that affordability is only a slogan for some Vancouverites, or that only some people should be able to live in Vancouver. And those individuals are not the ones that keep our city clean, keep us safe as security guards, shelve our libraries, and frankly help our city run. Instead, affordability should come at their expense. This cannot be council's vision for an affordable Vancouver. Implementing a living wage is something the city can do. We've done it before. You've heard already today about municipal governments, public bodies, and other organizations that provide a living wage. And in addition to being the right thing to do and ensuring individuals can live with dignity with access to basic needs, there are wider benefits to the city. Research coming out of Cambridge University shows that paying living wages benefits employers and bolsters the local economy, reducing staff turnover, increasing productivity and morale, and increasing spending in local communities. To oppose this motion would send the message that people can help our city run, keep our city clean, help keep our city safe, but they don't deserve the dignity of being able to afford basic amenities or to live in this city. Again, this would be inconsistent with this council's commitment to affordability. City workers have done so much for this city. Now we are asking City Council to show them that their work is valued and City Council will work for them. Please support this motion to recertify Vancouver as a living wage employer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 10, Fabian Contreras.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm speaking in support of the motion to recertify the city as a living wage employer. And so I guess the question is why we're here today. And so in 2023, City Council, in a decision made in private, pulled the city out of living wage certification. That the explanation was that the living wage changes every year and those changes are hard to manage. But also, it just happened that in 2022, the living wage rate went up 17% to roughly $24 an hour. That meant that about 240 city workers and 9 contracts were suddenly below the line, and fixing that gap was priced at about $1.8 million. So the reason boils down to 2 things. 1, it's too hard and complicated, and 2, it's going to cost us too much to pay workers a living wage. Well, that's the entire point of the living wage, to make sure that those that you employ are being paid enough to cover the necessities of life and can afford to live in the same city that they work for. So the city instead adopted this fair wage approach designed as a sort of 5-year rolling average. That policy disconnects, it decouples pay from today's cost of living. So according to Living Wage BC, the gap resulted from Council's decision in 2023 to this rolling average is about $2.81 an hour, or about $5,000 for a full-time worker. That's $5,000 less per year for workers to afford life's necessities. So implementation of the fair wage isn't effortless. It can be challenging, that's true, but as one caller suggested, there are ways to make it work. The 2023 decision was wrong, and we should be able to say without hedging that anyone working on behalf of the city of Vancouver earns a living wage. As a member of council, you can't say that right now, and it should make you feel deeply uncomfortable. Wages are not a concession, they're a right, and so that idea matters here. So paying a living wage isn't generosity, it's responsibility. And so please show some responsibility here and recommit to a living wage. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 11, Jennifer Brown.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Brown. I work in a grocery store here in Vancouver, and I serve on the executive boards of United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1518, and the Vancouver and District Labour Council. I am here as a concerned 50-year resident of Vancouver in support of this motion. I earn just a little more than the living wage, and I own my home. Even with that, I still struggle to get by in this city. Vancouver has become so expensive that even people who are doing everything right are barely getting by. One of the realities of this level of unaffordability is that people lose the ability to leave situations that are unhealthy or unsafe. When rent is unaffordable and cost of living is high, people are forced to stay in relationships and living situations they would otherwise leave, including relationships that are abusive, because the alternative is to become unhoused or displaced from their community. And if this is the reality facing people who earn at or above the living wage, I truly do not know how City of Vancouver workers who earn less than a living wage are surviving. Working in a grocery store, I see the cost of living crisis up close every day. Food prices have gone up so much. I watch people at the checkout trying to decide what they can afford and what they have to put back. These are working people, and it shouldn't be this way. There was a time when a government job meant stability, enough to cover the basics. When the City of Vancouver ended its living wage commitment, it stepped away from that standard, and that choice sends a message to every other employer in the city. I am a homeowner. I pay my property taxes. I expect my city to uphold living wages so that the people who keep Vancouver running can afford rent and food. It is deplorable that this is not the case today. You have the chance to change that. I urge you to support this motion and make sure that anyone working for the City of Vancouver can afford to live with dignity and safety in the city they serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 12, Peter Waldkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to support this motion. Now, look, you've already heard a lot about the ethical and moral reasons of passing this motion, and I agree with all of that, but I'm just going to try to keep this brief. I want to touch on one thing. This is also a question of leadership. It was embarrassing for the city when we abandoned the commitment to being a living wage employer. No, let's take a step back. Vancouver is a city with some of the most valuable real estate in the country, in the world. The idea that we can't afford to pay the city's employees a living wage, that sends a message. And it's a shameful message. It's a message that we are a cheap and miserly city who doesn't value people, and we don't value the people who keep this city running. A successful city, a successful society is one that invests in the future. We need to get back to that because I don't think anyone in Vancouver feels like we're doing so right now. Investing in the future starts with investing in the people of Vancouver. And yes, that includes the city's employees. Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 13, Iona Bonamy.
Hello. My name is Iona Bonamy, and my Chinese name is Tong Si Wing. I'm speaking in support of this motion, and I'd like to thank Councillors Lucy Maloney and Pete Fry for bringing this forward, this policy that is badly needed. In the midst of high inflation and cost of living crisis, people need to be able to earn enough to pay for basic things like housing, food, childcare, clothing, and transportation. As a leader, the city should be taking the necessary steps to ensure this is the case for your employees. Instead, the current policy, which was adopted by this council in 2023, uses a 5-year rolling average of the living wage that simply doesn't reflect current reality. 5 years ago, we were still in a pandemic. We're in a very different world today with very different economic pressures. And so we need to look at what the actual costs are today. Not doing so means the city is offloading the financial risks of inflation onto your employees, especially lower paid workers who tend to be younger and or work in vital frontline services. These include the people who help keep city buildings clean and safe, as well as the people who help keep our streets safe. As mentioned by a previous speaker, the difference between a living wage and what is currently being referred to as a fair wage means months of rent. Currently, there are 450 public and private sector employers that have pledged to prioritize their workers' financial well-being and provide a living wage. These employers include the cities of Westminster, Burnaby, North Vancouver, Pitt Meadows, Port Coquitlam, Victoria, and Quesnel. By not being a living wage employer, it means that the baseline pay at the City of Vancouver is below these cities and hundreds of other organizations. And this makes it more difficult to attract and retain high-quality and talented staff. When this council decided not to be a living wage employer anymore in 2023, it sent a message to other public and private employers. We don't care about paying workers enough to afford Vancouver, and neither should you. And I urge you to reverse that decision and send a new message today. Let people know you recognize city workers deserve a salary that protects their dignity and stability by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 14, Agilka Ivanova.
Good morning. My name is Iglika Ivanova, and I'm Co-Executive Director and Senior Economist at BC Policy Solutions. BC Policy Solutions is an independent, nonpartisan research institute that provides research and analysis on BC's greatest challenges and develops policy solutions to build a more just, resilient, and sustainable society. I live and work in the City of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in support of the motion to recertify the city as a living wage employer. The living wage calculation is based on a simple idea, that work should pay enough to afford a decent life, that workers shouldn't have to rely on the food bank to make ends meet. I've overseen the BC living wage methodology and the Metro Vancouver living wage calculations since 2010. And the Metro Vancouver living wage, which is currently $27.85 per hour, the calculation is constructed to estimate the hourly rate that a full-time worker has to earn to cover essential expenses, to avoid chronic financial stress, and to be able to participate in their community. It's a rate that supports a basic, decent standard of living and that does not include extras. In contrast, the City of Vancouver's so-called Fair Wage Program takes a 5-year rolling average of the living wage. Now, I'm sure many of us wish we could pay the 5-year rolling average of food prices when we go to the grocery store, or the 5-year rolling average of rent to our landlord. But that's not how it works. So why is it considered appropriate to pay people the 5-year rolling average of the living wage? By paying its lowest paid workers $2.81 an hour less than the living wage, the City of Vancouver saves just over $5,000 per full-time worker at the direct expense of the workers who can least afford it. Paying city workers and contractors less than the living wage directly contributes to working poverty, to chronic stress, and to raises pressure on already strained public and charitable services like healthcare, social services, food banks, and other programs. And the city is often left to deal with the very real consequences and costs of working poverty. So while the city is actively dealing with the consequences of poverty on one hand, with increased demand for programs like neighborhood houses, the Vancouver Rent Bank, and others, on the other hand, the city is creating working poverty in its role as an employer. That's wrong. It should not be this way. More than 500,000 workers in Metro Vancouver earn less than the living wage, and many of them work for the city. Despite stereotypes that these jobs are filled by teenagers living at home who don't really need the money, the reality is that the vast majority of low-wage workers are not kids, they have families, and they're stuck in working poverty. As Metro Vancouver's largest municipality, the City of Vancouver has an opportunity and a responsibility to lead the way to a more inclusive economy that doesn't leave workers behind. I urge you to recertify as a living wage employer and join the cities of Burnaby, North Vancouver, Port Coquitlam, New West, Pitt Meadows, Victoria, and Quesnel in being a part of the solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to council today. Committee members, is there any discussion? And I see many councillors on the queue, so we'll go to Councillor Klassen first.
Yeah, thanks very much. And so through you, Chair, I'd like to ask some questions of our staff.
Yeah.
So we understand the living wage certification is administered by an external advocacy organization, and the city's fair wage policy, which is designed and governed directly by council, as part of our procurement and financial oversight responsibilities. So the question I have is, we do note that many city employees and contractors are already earn above the fair wage, while some essential service sectors operate below it. So how does the fair wage allows us to raise wages responsibly without shrinking the pool of qualified vendors and increasing procurement risk? Sorry, there you go.
As you mentioned, Councillor Klassen, of our roughly 10,000 city employees, all of them would meet the criteria based on their pay of both the living wage and the fair wage. The issue at hand would be for the vendors, and so that's mostly janitorial, graffiti removal, security. Those would be the vendors that are paid additional funds in order for them to pay their employees a fair wage currently. The difference between the fair wage and the living wage is, of course, a rolling average on the fair wage, which allows the city again to plan for more predictable increases, because on an average, instead of the ups and downs of the living wage. And as you mentioned, because there's an external party that determines, and they note they're nonpartisan, not for profit, but it does create an avenue of less predictability and more ups and downs across.
Okay, thanks. And again, through you, Chair, the living wage is recalculated annually and has been shown to fluctuate significantly from year to year. From staff's perspective, does the fair wage achieve many of the positive outcomes cited in the living wage motion, such as retention, recruitment, and morale, while giving council greater control over cost escalation and implementation?
Short answer would be yes. It does allow for a more predictable, based on a rolling average understanding, both for the employees of vendors, and as well as the city to manage its budget to know what those increases will be.
Thank you. And a final question through you, Chair, to staff is, would staff agree that the fair wage strengthens public accountability by ensuring wage policy decisions remain subject to council oversight, budget review, and public debate rather than external recertification requirements?
A lot of criteria. To answer with a short answer, I would suggest it is predictable, more transparent. There's many years of data than perhaps the inputs of a single year.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. If I might, Chair, ask a question through you to the city manager and follow up on some of those questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. When staff proposed to council shifting from the living wage to the fair wage in the 5 years, and I know we received a memo back recently that I've been referencing with respect to this, can you sort of recap on what the rationale was for us? And I guess sort of related to that, this is 2 years into the implementation, and it's a 5-year rolling average. Would it be accurate, or was there analysis done as to whether or not a worker would be better off over a period of 5 years with a fair wage rolling average versus a living wage, which fluctuates and can go up, can go down, could result in no increase, could result in a higher one? And like at the end of the day, what was the rationale for implementing and making the shift, and how would a worker fare? What does staff's analysis say with respect to that?
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Just confirming with my colleague, as this predates my time at the city, understanding again predictability for both a city budgeting and financial perspective, as well as predictability for the vendors, as this is predominantly a program to support vendors to pay their staff more to meet a fair wage. Giving that predictability for those employees was a key rationale as well.
Okay, so let me just follow up on that, if I may, Chair. So city, according to this memo, pays $7 to $8 million a year to kind of contribute to topping up those wages for the external contractors. I'm looking at this graph in the memo that council received on page 3, and I see that the adjustment was higher this year, for example, than on the fair wage calculation than it was for the living wage calculation. But over time, I guess my question is, would we expect with the 5-year that a worker would net out in a similar situation because they don't have those fluctuations? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Through the chair, yes, of course, being an average, it will capture any increases over time. So those workers will, of course, see the increases as well. So and would prevent a worker from seeing a decrease should the wage drop in a single year.
Okay, and my final clarification question, if I could, is that we've heard from a number of different speakers connected to different organizations like TransLink, the province of BC, representing workers for them, etc. Are TransLink or the province living wage employers?
My apologies, Chair. I don't have that information. I have pulled up on the website. There are many things, but I'm not aware that they are, but I could be mistaken.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I wholeheartedly support it. In fact, when my colleagues were discussing it, we actually drew straws to see who would present and who would second, and I drew the short straw, and I'm totally not bitter about it. And I appreciate the robust discussion here. I think if other municipalities can be certified who also have a lot of the same concerns around predictability and transparency and budgets, then so can we. We know that the cost of living in Metro Vancouver remains among the highest in Canada. Current living wage calculated at $27.85 an hour, $10 above the provincial minimum wage, and reflecting the costs of things like food, rent, and childcare. For years, the original living wage certification demonstrated real benefits, including better recruitment, improved retention, higher morale, and life-changing impacts for workers who struggle to make ends meet, as the motion says. So in 2023, the city removed itself from the program, even as the need for fair compensation has only intensified. Food prices are increasing and rent's still among the highest in the country. We need to ensure that all city employees and contracted workers can earn enough to live here, raise their families here, contribute to the vibrant communities we serve. And as a city, our credibility on issues of affordability, worker dignity, and inclusion depends on our willingness to lead by example. So I think by committing to the living wage certification, we can support a more just, resilient, and equitable Vancouver. And I urge my colleagues to support this motion today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And acknowledging the work of all three, including my long straw and short straw colleague. I'm the medium straw, apparently. And thank you to the work from everybody who's come to speak in favor of the living wage. This living wage certification, the facts are pretty clear. The moral case is urgent, and the economic case here is totally undeniable. In Metro Vancouver, the living wage, as Sean just mentioned, is $27.85 an hour, and that's just the basic cost of survival in our region. It's covering rising rents, raising food prices, and just the escalating cost of just participating in community life. A living wage it's not a luxury. This is a bare minimum for a full-time worker to cover essentials and afford just basics and avoid that chronic financial stress that we certainly don't want to see burden our employees and contractors. It allows parents to raise their kids with dignity and strengthens our local economy by reducing turnover and increasing spending in our local businesses and our neighborhoods. And it ensures that Vancouver remains a city where workers are valued and they're not squeezed. Recertifying as a living wage employer isn't just symbolic, it's about leadership, and it's about aligning our policies with our values. We can't talk about zero means zero in the context of an affordability crisis for Vancouverites without acknowledging the people for who this actually rings the most true. It's recognizing that the people who are keeping this city running, our cleaners, our contractors, our security, our frontline staff, they deserve not just respect, but economic security. If we really believe that Vancouver is going to be a city for everybody, then we have to ensure that we're lifting people up and not pushing them further behind. The living wage is a practical and proven tool to do exactly that. So let's be consistent, let's live by our values that we have professed here as a council, and let's certify the City of Vancouver as a living wage employer, and let that be the standard that we expect for others, and most certainly how we support our people who work and serve this organization. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just have a question to the mover of the motion. So I believe that the former City Councilor, Christine Boyle, was a strong advocate for this living wage policy across the city. Now she is the minister in the ruling government. So is there any plan for the province to be certified as a living wage employer? Do you know that?
Afraid you'll have to ask the province.
Okay, so why the province is not certified? Because we have a strong advocate there.
Again, you'll have to ask the province.
Okay, so you don't know the answer. Okay, thanks. And I have another question through you, Chair, to the city manager, I guess. I think there's one of the speakers, speaker number 3, from the BC Federation of Labor, saying that this council last year cut the arts and culture grant and funding. Can you check, is that right?
Through the chair, budget 2026 does not reduce any funding for culture.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just I want to highlight that false information again. Again, the misinformation divide us, and that information is I just want every time I heard any misinformation, I want to point out. Okay, that's all my question, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. And there's a lot of information sort of being muddying this debate, I think, from the previous speaker. So I'm going to just focus on the motion itself, which is come up actually a number of times in this term. And before I was first elected in 2018, Vancouver was already a certified living wage employer. And so it really didn't come up in that term at all. As we've been debating this issue over the last few years, I think that we're sort of challenged by bottom line pragmatism over a values-based decision, and I really heard that from one of the speakers, which I appreciate. Not a lot of people know this about me, but I was a single mom at 21, and really do connect to actually one of the things that the speaker said around sort of looking at rent and groceries. Let me add childcare, let me add, soccer registration, let me add transit passes, and having all of those bills on the kitchen table and trying to figure out on a single income with little ones that depend on me, how I'm going to make it all work. And so there is, and ironically, I worked in a private security company. So even just talking about private security is, while I worked in the operations side, I worked with the workers that worked those jobs, and they were often second jobs, they were overnight jobs, and they were jobs that not a lot of other people would do for lots of reasons. And those scenarios have only gotten more complicated, more dangerous, actually, with greater exposure. So I've really learned a lot through this debate, and appreciate that while I am also very pragmatic in decision making, at some time you have to really look at something in terms of what message you're sending to the people that say yes to working for the city of Vancouver, and what we value. And I can say that I value the workers that work at the city of Vancouver. And if in doing so, whether it's a fair wage or a living wage, the point is that I'm getting from this that the employers that I see, the 500 organizations across our province that are registered as living wage employers, I have a great deal of respect for and appreciate their value proposition as well as an employer to their workers to sign on to this. Because sometimes it isn't about simply budgeting and forecasting. It's about sending the right message. And I have to say that in the space of the last few years of debating this, we have taken on more subcontractors, actually, and particularly around security. I'd like to see those security workers being brought back in-house, and that alone is a bottom line financial decision to pay a living wage, but also not pay in a subcontractor rate, which is far, far, far greater than a living wage going to a private company. So I think that we've sort of lost our way through this debate. It's time to reset it and also reestablish as a city what we value at a time when it's been incredibly challenging to be a staff person at the City of Vancouver over the past few months. So I support the motion. I support living wage and appreciate it coming forward, even though I did not get an opportunity to pull a straw. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Firstly, I just wanted to speak up to defend the public speaker that talked about arts and culture funding cuts. I didn't hear that speaker mention grants, and it is true that the Arts and Culture Department's budget was cut. I'm disappointed to hear an implication from my colleagues' questions that predictability of planning is more important than the city's lowest paid workers covering their basic expenses. I'd also like to address that when there's a 5-year rolling average of the living wage used to calculate the city's fair wage calculation, unless we plunge into an economic downturn characterised by deflation or stagflation, which is historically extremely rare, the fair wage calculation will always remain behind the living wage. The $2.81 difference between the City of Vancouver's fair wage program represents months of rent, as we heard from one of the speakers. And any statement that that difference is immaterial would reflect a perspective of someone who is deeply out of touch with the realities of a significant number of people who live and work in Vancouver. I want to acknowledge that this motion came out of some recent advocacy and that Councillor Fry and I did come to an agreement as to who would draft and move this motion, who would second it and who would support it. We worked together to cooperate on this important issue. We don't agree on everything, but we certainly agree on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Okay, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register a vote on the voting panel. Just waiting for one more vote from the mayor. Okay, that does not pass. With myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Okay, that completes the item. We're now going to move to motion 2. Tools for tenancies, closing the gap by enforcing accountability and adding conditions to licensing landlords in the City of Vancouver, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing any, so Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So this motion doesn't add bureaucracy. It's about fixing what's broken. It's about giving tenants transparency and giving landlords clarity. And it's about giving the city the ability to act early, not after the damage is done. This motion seeks to protect renters, uphold our bylaws, and keep people safe. It also seeks to acknowledge that the vast majority of landlords in this city are good landlords. And by respecting the standards of decency and livability that they're upholding, we can call out the bad actors. Many of the issues of tenants' abuses that I've identified in the motion are very specific to a small number of bad landlords, but the resources to inspect and enforce are somewhat limited, and we see intentional exploitation of some of these gray areas, be it short-term rentals, bad faith evictions, or unpermitted subdivisions with unsafe partitions rented by the week. These offenses aren't being inspected or enforced rapidly enough, and appeals of the Resident Tenancy Act through the Resident Tenancy Board are burdensome for tenants and typically on a case-by-case basis. Council might recall an email I circulated to you early in December about an unsprinklered 18-story tower where apartments are being subdivided and 1 bedrooms are converted into 4 units renting as flex suites by the week. They're entirely unpermitted and unsafe, constructed not with stud walls and gypsum board, but partitioned with cheap particle board. This is happening in our city right now in a building owned by the largest real estate investment trust in the company and advertised as student housing today, right now in our city. And you might hear from some of the tenants today, but many of whom are very afraid of reprisals. Council may be disappointed to learn that since that complaint that I registered back in December, there's been no meaningful action on the situation. And in fact, as of right now, these apartments are still being marketed. There have been no permits for the subdivision, and these subdivisions don't meet the standards of maintenance or the building bylaw. And sadly, from past requests that I've made in this nature, the inspections typically involve advance notice for scheduling. An inspection with the property comes in, and by the time they arrive, after given notice, am I out of time?
Sorry, you're over time. Apologies.
All right.
Thank you, though. Okay, so need a seconder, please. Councillor Maloney, thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not on the speakers list. Public speakers in person can use the new podium on the left side of the gallery, which is to my right. Please adjust the podium to a comfortable height for speaking into the microphone, and there's buttons on the bottom right-hand corner. So our first public speaker on the public body representative list is Nick Popple.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. I hope everyone's staying cozy and warm on a chilly day and managed to get some sleep with the cacophony of foghorns that have been serenading us throughout the night. My name is Nick Popel, and I'm here today as the co-chair of the Vancouver Renters Advisory Committee, speaking in support of Councillor Fry's motion, Tools for Tenancy. I want to start by being really clear about something, because it matters for how this motion should be understood. This is a report back motion. This is not council being asked to instantly flip a switch today and implement a whole new licensing framework overnight. This is council being asked to direct staff to do the work, bring back options, and identify what's actually needed to strengthen enforcement and close gaps that clearly exist right now. And from the Renters Advisory Committee's perspective, that's exactly the right approach. Because what we're seeing and what renters are living through is that the current system is too easy to work around for a small number of repeat bad actors, especially when you're dealing with large corporate landlords, property managers, and multi-unit operations. It becomes complaint-based. It becomes reactive. And in some cases, it becomes predictable. Predictable enough that problems can be temporarily cleaned up before inspections and then show up again right after. That's not a functioning accountability system. That is a loophole. And also, folks, it's 2026. Renters are not a special interest group in Vancouver. Renters are the majority. This is the lived reality of a huge portion of this city, whether they're students, families, seniors, workers, newcomers, or people who have been here their whole lives. So when we talk about tenant protections, we're not talking about edge cases. We're talking about the baseline safety, stability, and dignity people need in order to live here. The motion is about giving the city stronger tools through licensing, conditions, and compliance expectations. So there are real consequences for repeat violations and real incentives for responsible management. And again, this motion doesn't claim to have all the answers today. It asks for the report back that gets us to the answers that are enforceable, operational, and meaningful. On behalf of the Renters Advisory Committee, I urge Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nick. We will now move to our regular speakers list, and the next speaker is Annette Riley. Morning.
Hi, everybody. Council, Mayor, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here today. I don't often get the chance to speak in person due to my line of work in the film industry. So it's really nice to be able to speak on these important matters. My name's Annette Riley, as mentioned. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am speaking in support of this motion. Like approximately 55% of the residents in Vancouver, I am a renter. I am a market renter. I have lovely landlords. They're wonderful. They treat us with dignity. They treat us with respect. And I think that should be baseline for every single landlord in this city. And yet, I still live with constant fear that my family will be removed from our home. I, like many renters, have this insecurity hanging over my head every day, every single day. It was only a few months ago that one of the councillors here said that the city does enough for renters while voting against bringing back the renter's office. As a renter, I wholeheartedly that statement. Over my year of running the film production program at a local film school, and after several years working as an administrator and main point of contact for students at a local visual effects school, I encountered numerous situations that involved bad faith landlords in this city. I cannot emphasize enough how that stress that it causes to each of those tenants, to each of those individuals, to those students, to the people coming into this city for the first time from other countries, from other cities and locations in this vast country we live in. I cannot tell you how badly it affects these people. It's consuming. They are not able to focus on anything else because it is literally the roof over their head at stake. This motion is about checks and balances. It's about making sure that the loopholes aren't exploited. That to me is completely logical. I know that the majority of landlords in this city are great, that they follow the rules, that they are acting in good faith. And this motion will not negatively affect them. It will, however, bring some peace to the daily anxiety that we as renters live with. So I thank you again for being here today. It's a great privilege, and I do urge all of council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 2 is Adam Hawk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Hawk. I am a 20-year resident of Vancouver. I'm in strong support of Councillor Fry's motion because at its core, this is something very simple. Fair rules, fairly enforced, and safe homes for renters in our city. We all know that most landlords in Vancouver do the right thing. They maintain their buildings, respect the law, and understand that housing is not just an asset class. It's where people live their lives. This motion is not about punishing responsible landlords. It's about addressing a small number of bad actors who are exploiting gaps between city bylaws and provincial tenancy law and doing real harm in the process. Over the last 40 years, property values in Vancouver have risen at an extraordinary pace. In many cases, landlords have made many times more on land appreciation per year than the rental income itself. And for some, that created a perverse incentive to neglect the rental housing, minimize investment, and wait for the land value to do the work and redevelop. That neglect shows up in unsafe conditions, overcrowding, harassment, bad faith evictions, all tactics that push long-term tenants out while extracting maximum value in the meanwhile. Tenant advocates in the city have been warning us about this for years. The Vancouver Tenants Union has been clear. Housing is a human right, not a commodity. And without strong enforcement, the imbalance of power between landlords and renters only grows. When tenants lack clear information, support, and protection, the system fails them. At a time when renters are facing unprecedented pressure, this council, under the mayor and ABC Vancouver, chose to eliminate the city's renters office. That decision removed a critical access point for information, advocacy, and support for renters navigating exactly the kinds of issues that this motion seeks to address. If we are serious about protecting renters, then we must also be serious about giving the city tools to do so. Councillor Fry's motion is one such tool. This motion does not invent new laws. What it does is use the tools we already have, business licensing, more effectively and responsibly. If you are operating a multiple rental unit as a business in this city, it's reasonable to expect that your license depends on compliance with city standards and provincial tenancy laws. This motion ties license renewal to compliance, improves transparency around ownership and property management, and creates meaningful consequences for repeat offenders. That's not anti-landlord, that's pro-accountability. It also recognizes the realities of enforcement. When violations can be hidden or temporarily moved ahead of inspections, the system isn't working as intended. This motion asks staff to explore stronger, more proactive enforcement, better coordination with the province, and smarter use of new municipal authority. Most importantly, it centers renters, people who don't have teams of lawyers or multiple housing options, people who simply want a safe, stable place to live, and the landlords who follow the rules. Supporting this motion sends a clear message that in Vancouver, housing safety matters more than loopholes, that responsible landlords should not be undercut by irresponsible ones, and that tenants deserve dignity, transparency, and protection. I urge Council to support Councillor Fry's motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 3, Anastasia Stolarova. Hope I said that right.
Hey, you did pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Anastasia. My name is Anastasia, and I'm a resident of the West End and member of the Vancouver Tenants Union. I support this motion because I know there are a number of bad actor landlords operating rental units unlawfully, mistreating tenants, and using loopholes or relying on processes like the RTB and the higher courts as high barriers of access in order to take advantage of tenants. I have spent almost 2 years witnessing a large landlord, Plan A Real Estate, exploit multiple loopholes repeatedly with no accountability. Although I am using Plan A as an example, they are a symptom of a system that fails to protect tenants. On the 19th, CTV News released an article about a Caprit building in the West End that has been partitioning units with cardboard and cramming tenants in an unsafe manner. Of course, they have no permits to do this and currently face no accountability for creating unsafe conditions for profit. I not only want Plan A to be held accountable, I want to prevent all tenants from mistreatment from bad actor landlords. I would like to share the extent of Plan A's unethical practices as an example of the failure of these loopholes. Dating back to 2014, Plan A has had at least 10 news articles written about their unethical practices. Vancouver's Plan A Real Estate fined $10,000 for using travel leases to duck law, CBC News. Landlord accused of pulling bait and switch with apartments using deceptive leases, CBC News. Vancouver MLA calls for better protection for renters following eviction notices for West End tenants, Georgia Strait. So I'm going to go over some examples of things the tenants union has witnessed Plan A do. Short-term rentals. They currently have multiple units listed on Airbnb, Booking.com, and Vrbo. 1168 Pendrell Street, a rental building owned by Plan A and clearly listed on their website as a long-term residential rental building, has multiple units listed as short-term rentals. During the World Cup, one of the listings on Pendrell Street goes for $3.5K USD a night, and all of their illegal short-term rentals have extreme price gouging for the World Cup. These are units that have been reported multiple times to the city and the province. They get put up again and again. We have reported their illegal short-term rentals to the Compliant Enforcement Unit, and a tenant watched as a moving service cleared out their Airbnb on Jervis Street the day before the city inspector came, and the day after the inspection, everything was moved back in. Evictions. Plan A is known for bad faith evictions. Here's an article from CBC News. Vancouver landlord acted in bad faith in attempted eviction for caretaker use, arbitrator finds. They just tried to evict an elderly woman and long-term tenant over the holidays in December because her recurring rent e-transfer accidentally didn't go through. A very small mistake. They did not attempt to contact this tenant and ask about their missed rent. Instead, they immediately served an eviction notice through registered mail, which they know is easy to miss, and they do that on purpose. Partitioning. Plan A has partitioned one bedrooms into 2 and 3 bedrooms.
Sorry to cut you off. We are at time. Over time.
Okay, I urge councillors to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4, Andy Lynn.
Yeah, Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 5, Gabby Tremblay.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Happy Wednesday. My name is Gabby Tremblay. I was born and raised in Vancouver. Actually went to Kitsilano for high school, went out east for my undergrad degree, and then I'm back at UBC finishing up my master's in community and regional planning. I'm a renter here in Vancouver. I'm here today in support of Councillor Fry's motion, Tools for Tenancies. My understanding of this issue dates back to 2020, where I began my work in the social services sector in Vancouver. I started as an overnight shelter support worker for a Tira Women's Resource Society, and then moved into working for the City of Vancouver's Homelessness Services Outreach Team, also known in community as Carnegie Outreach. During my 3 years at Carnegie Outreach, I spent many hours working with Vancouver's most vulnerable residents to find them appropriate housing, apply for valid sources of income, apply for identification, and connect them with much-needed health services. I'm here to tell you firsthand that some private landlords who manage and own rental properties in Vancouver find ways around RTA and RTB regulations and exploit existing loopholes. I have seen firsthand bad faith evictions occur, unauthorized surveillance in progress, and other actions by some bad actor landlords that ultimately lead to unsafe living conditions for tenants. Amendments need to be made to the license bylaw that impose further oversight and transparency to prevent bad faith actors from exploiting Vancouver's most vulnerable renters. It is the duty of council and staff to make sure that the City of Vancouver's residents are not being taken advantage of, and to coordinate with provincial bodies to fill gaps in provincial legislation. I urge council to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 6, Bridget Burns.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and councilors. My name is Bridget Burns, and I am a Vancouver resident, and like more than half the residents in Vancouver, I do not own my home, I rent. I'm speaking today in support of Councillor Fry's motion because it speaks directly to what some renters are experiencing on the ground and provides tools to enforce accountability and conditions to licensing landlords that will help protect renters in Vancouver. What this motion recognizes is that renting in Vancouver has changed. More and more buildings are owned by large corporations and investment firms. These aren't someone renting out a basement suite. There are businesses, and businesses should be licensed, accountable, and held to clear standards. Right now, if a landlord cuts corners on safety, harasses tenants, installs cameras without consent, or tries to push people out with bad faith evictions, the system mostly responds one tenant at a time. Even if the same landlord is doing the same thing across an entire building or multiple buildings, there's no simple way to step in early and say, this is not okay. This motion helps close that gap. It says if you operate rental housing in this city, you should have a rental business license. You should meet basic maintenance and safety standards. You should clearly display to tenants who owns and manages the building. And if you repeatedly break the rules, there should be real consequences such as fines, license suspension, or losing your license. That matters because housing isn't just a commodity. It's where people sleep, raise their children, and try to live a good life here in Vancouver. When landlords misuse short-term rentals, secretly subdivide units, or use intimidation to get higher rents, it creates fear and instability for tenants, and it pushes people out of their communities. As a renter, I want to know that the city has my back before things reach a crisis point. I want transparency, safety, and accountability to be the norm, not something renters have to fight for case by case. This motion is reasonable, balanced, and overdue. It supports good landlords, targets the worst behavior, and helps make Vancouver a fairer place to rent. I am urging the mayor and council to please support this motion. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 7, Maria.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, Mayor, Council, and fellow speakers. I'm speaking this morning in strong support of Councillor Fry's motion. I've lived in the West End for approximately 18 years, and I've been in my current rental building for over 10. I also work and volunteer in the City of Vancouver. Today, I just really want to speak about my personal experience, although I've heard several stories that my experience isn't an isolated incident in the City of Vancouver. The building that I've lived in for over a decade has decided to hire and openly admitted to the tenants of the building that they've hired a third-party management company to convert existing units by way of erecting particle board walls into short-term, multi-tenant units for rent. There could be as many as 3 or 4 short-term tenants in a unit that used to be a one-bedroom. I have not seen any licenses or permits issued by the city to allow for this. I've seen particle board partitions installed right beside stoves in some cases, which is very concerning and a huge fire hazard. An inspection request was made to the city in early December, and there's been no action for over a month. There was a previous inspection done, but due to the fact that the city has to give the landlord 24 hours notice, the third-party short-term rental company took down all the partitions overnight and then reinstalled them the next day after the inspection. Long-term tenants are being marginalized in their own community. Our building has traditionally been a quiet, long-term rental building, and our community is at risk. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism in place to prevent our landlord from hiring a third party, the manager of which also lives in the building and does the construction of the partitions for the multi-tenant dwellings, advertises them online, and manages the rentals. I've personally seen the advertisements on multiple websites, and the ads state that the terms of the multi-tenant units are anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 or 4 weeks. There's no accountability, and long-term residents were not even notified by our landlord when they decided to start doing this. The standards that long-term residents are held to seem to be much higher than the ones set for short-term multi-tenant units. This motion is a first and necessary step in preventing this type of illegal short-term multi-tenant and unsafe rental operation, and will help to prevent serious fire hazards throughout the city. The long-term tenants in our building are now treated as disposable, and the living conditions are such that they are moving out, again, changing the nature of the community of our building. The addition of these multi-tenant short-term rentals to our building presents numerous problems. Communal maintenance issues. Our elevators are always broken. Last year
Sorry,
they were
Maria,
broken.
we are at time.
Okay,
Sorry to cut you off.
that's okay.
Okay, thanks. I'll just remind all the speakers it's you have 3 minutes to address council. And we'll go to speaker 8, Ellie Fant.
Hello. Good morning, Chair and Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Fry's motion. I've lived in Ocean Park Place for 10 years, and during that time, the building has always had challenges, but it's never been unsafe or unlivable as it has become since 2024, when CapREIT began converting one-bedroom rental units into 3- and 4-bedroom units through the use of temporary or false walls. Since the change, conditions in the building have deteriorated rapidly. There has been a dramatic increase in theft and security failures. Cars are broken into, mailboxes are ripped open, and personal property is stolen directly from outside residents' front doors. The main entrance frequently does not lock, allowing anyone to enter at will. I have personally had strangers test my apartment door handle at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've been verbally assaulted in the lobby for questioning someone attempting to enter the building without a fob. Basic building services are also failing. The laundry room is often unhygienic and poorly maintained. Machines are frequently broken, clothing is stolen from dryers, and there are no security cameras. The garbage area is a serious health hazard with rotting food left on the floor, broken glass throughout, and garbage not properly placed in bins. The lobby itself is regularly used as a dumping ground for unwanted furniture and trash. We experience constant water shut-offs due to ongoing plumbing issues. One or both elevators are usually out of service, creating serious accessibility concerns. Emergency services are regularly called to the building. 2 weeks ago, the fire department responded to an alarm but could not turn it off because they could not access the alarm box. There was no manager on site and no way to contact one, and the alarm rang for 90 minutes. For approximately 6 months, we have effectively been without a regular on-site manager. When security guards are requested, it takes hours for them to arrive, and I have personally witnessed guards sleeping in the lobby. This does not provide meaningful security or reassurance to residents. I no longer feel safe in my own home. Tenants have repeatedly raised concerns, including requests for security cameras near the elevators, only to be told this would infringe on privacy, despite ongoing theft, harassment, and safety risks. I'm here today asking the Council to take these conditions seriously. We need enforcement of health, safety, and property standards and accountability from the building owner. Long-term tenants feel marginalised, isolated, discriminated against, and unwanted. Residents deserve to feel safe, secure, and respected in their homes. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, speaker 9, is Tom Digby.
Speaker 9 is not on the line.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 10 withdrew. Speaker 11 is Meg.
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 12, Sanjeet Chowdhury.
Speaker 12 withdrew.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 13, Mushfiqur Rahman.
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 14, Stephanie Smith.
Good morning, everyone. I was going to say that I was really happy to be here to speak to this motion, but it's also really painful to listen to tenants describe the living conditions they're experiencing in Vancouver. I've spent 20-some years in community legal service work, and I've advised and represented thousands of tenants in all kinds of rental housing across the city. Many years ago, a tenant came to me looking for help. They had rented an apartment just prior to their move to BC based on an online listing from a large established landlord. But when they arrived, the landlord had done a bait and switch. The unit that they were given was not the unit that was advertised, and the conditions in the unit were very terrible. This is, of course, unlawful. The landlord also gave them a tenancy agreement stipulating that the Residential Tenancy Act didn't apply. Landlords contracting outside of the RTA is also unlawful. I discovered that this landlord had mistreated many other tenants in the same way. They were also notorious for buying buildings, illegally evicting or otherwise bullying out tenants, and putting units on the market as short-term rentals. This is also unlawful, and I can tell you that their practice continues to this day. I spoke to Councillor Fry at the time, and the question that I had for him, and now for all of you, is why does this landlord still have a business license? The city and the province have been aware of his practices for years, and yet somehow they're able to continue doing business with a model predicated on routine violations of the law. There are many unlawful practices identified in this motion, and I have seen all of them. A rogues gallery of bad landlords in Vancouver who break the law as a matter of course because they have correctly concluded that no one is going to stop them. If there were any other business that routinely violated the law and had such terrible effects on thousands of people's health, safety, and well-being, government would regulate. But because these are landlords, government seems to lose track of the fact that they are also businesses. I think we owe it to Vancouver's renters not to leave them to individually fight off landlords who are well-resourced and determined to break the law. We won most of our cases against these landlords, but that did not stop them. They just moved on to the next victim. The penalties levied by the RTB Compliance and Enforcement Unit are pocket change to them. It's just a cost of doing business. This motion is an opportunity to do something that actually makes a difference. It would also signal to the more than half of Vancouverites who rent that in the opinion of this council, the law and their rights and their safety and security in their homes actually count for something. I sincerely hope that you will take this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 15, George Henshaw.
Speaker 15 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back through our speakers list now. Speaker 4, Andy Lynn.
No.
Okay. How about Speaker 9, Tom Digby?
Yes, hello, Councillor.
Hi, Tom. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tom Digby. I support the motion before you tonight, this afternoon. I wanted to emphasize that multi-tenant facilities, I would hope that that could include homeowners, not just multi-apartment facilities, okay? There are some landlords that own multiple single-family residential homes throughout the city, and I would hope that the policy could apply to those large landlords. I've been a long-time renter in Vancouver. I've never owned a home here. I've always lived in homes that are owned by commercial property owners who own multiple homes in the Vancouver area. And there is a consistent low quality of investment in these rental homes. I agree that's a choice I made. If I could have afforded to buy a house, I would have done that, but I was never able to do that. And I just want to emphasize that being a renter, there's a lot of single-family homes and duplexes that are also owned by commercial owners, and I would hope that this policy could apply to those type of owners as well, not just apartment buildings. Thank you for your time, councillors.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 11, do we have Meg on the line?
No, Speaker 11 is not on the line.
Thank you. How about Speaker 13, Mushfiker?
No.
And Speaker 15, George Henshaw.
No.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council today. Committee members, is there any discussion? And I see Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll keep it quick, so I want to add some comments later. But I just wanted to finish my thought from earlier. So we heard from tenants from Ocean Park. This is an unsprinklered 18-story tower where apartments are being illegally subdivided with cheap particle board. It's a clear violation of our standards of maintenance. It's a clear violation of the Vancouver Building Bylaw. Anastasia from the Vancouver Tenants Union talked about Plan A, and Plan A are notorious, and they're mentioned several times in this motion. Allegations of their activities include also building partition walls, surveillance of tenants, bad faith evictions, and they are running multiple, and I mean multiple, unlawful short-term rentals. Yet still we've been unable to enforce. And there's this small group of corporate landlords that are operating with impunity. And the tool that we have at our disposal, the tool that can help here, is the business license. The City of Vancouver's business license, bylaw 4450, assigns conditions on the licensing of all sorts of companies doing business in the City of Vancouver. There are 93 pages of conditions for various different types of businesses operating in the City of Vancouver. So what I'm suggesting is that we come back with recommendations for bylaw changes so that any provider of long-term rental in Vancouver, any provider of long-term rental in Vancouver right now has to apply for a long-term business license under 4450. The intention of this motion is to create a very specific category for multi-unit landlords and apply conditions specific to that category and a mandate for more timely inspections and enforcement. So we don't have to give 24 hours notice, and that we can set real conditions that enhance the safety and dignity of rental housing for these small minority of bad actors. Because I don't know about you, but since I sent you that email on December 4th and there's been no action, that's the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. Particle board partitions in an 18-story unsprinklered apartment building. That should be keeping us all up at night, that it's happening under our watch. So I hope council sees the logic in this approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. As someone who spent a lot of times living in punk houses in East Van, I've seen some pretty wild things. But when I saw the photos of those particle board partitions, I was absolutely shocked. Totally unacceptable. And, it brings to mind, some things like the fires that we've seen destroy entire apartment blocks, like recently in Hong Kong and Grenfell Tower in London. And it's on us to sort of try and to prevent that. As the motion points out, now we're up to 55% renters. But our regulatory framework, I don't think has kept pace with the sort of complexity of the rental market. I've heard so many stories from friends and strangers alike, just similar to what we heard in council today. There's so much fear and uncertainty out there. So while the Residential Tenancy Act does provide important rights at the provincial level, there are gaps, especially around property maintenance, licensing, and proactive compliance. We see examples of tenants facing harassment, unauthorized surveillance, unlawful unit conversions, bad faith evictions, experiences that no one should tolerate in a city that champions fairness and dignity. I appreciate that this city does have standards of maintenance bylaw, fire bylaw, and that individuals can search for buildings that have documented maintenance, health, or safety issues. But the reality, on the ground, is that this isn't working. Clearly, as Councillor Fry noted, there's been nothing done about that one particular building. So other municipalities have done this. They've shown that business licensing requirements can be a powerful tool to uphold minimum standards and ensure accountability. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Orr. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. I threw you a point of information to the city manager, and I'm just noting I have limited time. First question is just, could we get an update with respect to the buildings referenced by Councillor Fry with respect to follow-up around the standards of maintenance?
Thank you, Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Yes, we'll have to get more information. Our understanding is that this building actually has been inspected recently. The inspections team was out there in December. They're going back to reassess with fire. So this is an active file with the licensing team.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And just to, I think Councillor Fry may have answered one of my questions, is that it's not a question of the having the licensing in place, because it's already required, the business licensing. It's actually having the additional conditions and compliance component tied to the business license. Is that correct? Is that how you interpret this?
So there's a lot of complexity in terms of the various situations that are described here, and so in the particular situation that this building, when our inspectors went in, there were bookcases in place, for example, and so when so how that is assessed is it's kind of complex. So I think, but there was nothing outside of the ordinary bylaws that was observed with that inspection. But noted that we do have to give building owners 24 hours notice in order to come in and do an inspection that's accurate. If tenants allow our inspectors into the building, then they're allowed in, of course. And then, but of course, tenants are in positions that they might not be in a position to do that.
Okay, so there's some new, I'm going to try to get it and kind of understand the nuance of the motion. The requirement of disclosure, ownership, and management information, isn't that already required as part of the business license that be posted?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. And there's also the landowner transparency registry.
Yeah, and we have a number of bylaws, standards of maintenance bylaw, fire bylaw, that all allow for inspections or tickets and prosecuting on infractions.
Okay. Now, the provincial government under the RTB has some requirements around standards of safety and life safety considerations around landlords. What kind of conversations have we had with the province?
Our teams are in regular contact with the RTB, but with respect to this item, I'd have to go back and get you.
Okay. Another further question. When I looked at the motion, there's certainly some duplication around what we have in place in terms of regulations and in terms of what the province has. There may be some gaps, but I'm not entirely clear if this is intending for the city to take on a regulatory role that the province already holds, or if it's refining what we have in terms of tools in the toolbox to deal with life safety standards of maintenance in buildings in our city. So the example cited, the Ocean Park building. How do you see it? I'm trying to, because I don't think we want to be down, shouldn't be regulating in terms of taking on provincial regulations. So can you just speak to that? Is this a refinement of what we have in terms of existing tools?
I think that from a staff assessment perspective, there are a number of tools we already have, and there of course, as you noted, there's provincial regulation, and we have to be careful that we're working within our jurisdiction. We would need to take that away and report back to council on that. So there is a report back, just to flag that there is resourcing is constrained, and so we'd have to assess how long it would take to report back to council on this.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. And through you, Chair, another question for perhaps the Deputy City Manager. I just, in sort of narrowing it down and kind of building upon what Councillor Dominato was asking about, when we kind of hear these harrowing accounts from my colleagues here in the chamber, it seems to me that recently we did a coordinated action on nightlife operators in a very similar fashion, where we brought in inspection, fire and rescue, BPD were even there in situations. It seems to me that when you've got a bad actor, you've got to bring the hammer down. Are we, and noting that, again, there's a lot of cross-jurisdictional considerations here, the actual sort of working with RTB and being able to go in there with inspections seems to be something that we've already done in some ways. Is this not the clear path forward in terms of dealing, again, with sort of bad actors?
Yeah, we do have a coordinated interdepartmental response led by our colleagues in development, building, licensing. They do engage fire when needed. They engage homelessness services, VPD, So, and they do, this group, this kind of coordinated team does engage the province when needed. We should note that it's a very challenging consideration to revoke a business license, because as soon as you revoke the business license, you can no longer occupy the building, and you have a whole bunch of people that are without housing. So what DBL tends to do is prosecute on the bylaw infractions as the way to try to seek compliance. So it's a very challenging space to work in.
Okay, thanks very much. It would seem to me that notwithstanding the anecdotes we've heard here today and some of the speakers bringing forward their own anxiety, broadly speaking, it would seem, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or anybody make any assumptions, but these things do get addressed. Ultimately, there's not a flagrant violation after a flagrant violation that is. I realize that the point of the motion is to address potential loopholes, but it seems to me that we're not asleep at the switch when it comes to dealing with these things.
No, I don't think so. I mean, there are landlords out there that are not good actors in this space, and our teams are regularly inspecting and following up and taking enforcement measures.
Okay, thanks, sir. Those are my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. If I can ask a couple questions to staff through you, Chair, as well.
Yes.
It seems to me, do we need a culture shift? Because we do have some of these tools, and I appreciate the balance between, to the comment that was just made by our Deputy City Manager, that if you revoke a business license, people can't occupy the building. But that's also, I think, an impending pretty big lever and pretty big stick for the landlord, that if it's not occupied, they don't get that rental income. So I guess I'm just wondering, is this really about more of a culture shift? Because it does seem to be a bit of a failure on the part of the city to not be more aggressive, if I can use that term, in terms of enforcement.
I guess, Councillor, I would suggest that we are actively enforcing on bad actors and landlords that are not fulfilling their obligations. We can take that back, and I can talk with the team about how do we make that more transparent that we're working on these files. But this is an active area of work for the department.
Okay, I just think I would be interested to hear more about that, because it seems to be cold comfort, and there seems to be just a long delay when there's an egregious situation before inspections get scheduled. It's a month, it's two. I guess the other question I have really is around, in terms of if this motion were to proceed, would staff be reviewing this with respect to ensuring that it's lawful? Because I know that there's a lot of overlap with provincial jurisdiction, and in the past we've taken some actions to protect renters. There's vacancy control in the downtown east side that were challenged, and that because the city was advised it clearly overstepped its authority within the Vancouver Charter in terms of regulating an area that's beyond its ability. So would that be a lens that staff would have to take to ensure that any changes that might be made would be lawful?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And specifically with respects to provincial versus City of Vancouver's.
Yeah, that jurisdictional analysis would be part of the report back.
Okay, and then part of the report back, third follow-up question through you, Chair, would be that also in terms of identifying what is already in place and covered. I think it was mentioned by Councillor Dominato, we already have the requirement to display the license, etc. There's a number of things in here. There's a couple of things that might be nuances, but there's a lot of it that the City of Vancouver already has, and it seems to me to be more of an enforcement issue than it does actually that we already have a number of these existing policies. So would that report point that out?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Maloney.
I'll be voting in favour of this motion. I appreciate Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. I do think we need to do more to protect tenants and prevent them from being tipped into homelessness generally as a council. Tenant protections are so crucial to the quality of life of tenants in our city, and I think this motion puts forward ideas that are worth exploring to give us more tools to improve the conditions of renters in our city. And, you know, there are bad actors in this city, but we need to be doing everything we can. More than half of the city's residents are renters, and we have an obligation to protect them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and just reflecting on some of the comments from some of the colleagues, I want to just address the notion of duplication here. Because there's been that sort of concern, and certainly the intention of this is to send it back so that staff can come back with lawful recommendations for conditions on the license. A license to do business in the city of Vancouver is one of our core functions as a local government, and indeed, if you look at the license bylaw 4450, there are 93 pages. There are a variety of conditions for all sorts of different businesses, many of which have areas where they are duplicating existing legislation from senior levels of government. I'm thinking things like how we handle liquor licensing, social escorts are in the licensing bylaw, things like waste and recycling mandates, how we operate marinas. So there's lots of overlap with different kind of areas of jurisdiction from federal government, from provincial government, from Vancouver Coastal Health. What the ask here is to use this tool that we have at our disposal to focus on the extremely bad actors who are putting life safety and tenant dignity at risk. And that's asking staff to report back so we have a tool in the toolkit so that we're dealing with these bad actors, and it's really just a few of them that are really taking advantage of this opportunity that we don't seem to be able to enforce on in a rapid way. And the fact that we've noted the partitioning in this building at Ocean Park back in December, we'd requested inspection. They are still listing those today. I can send each of you on council listings that are active right now talking about 4 flex space unit, 1-bedroom apartments converted into 4 units with particle board in our city right now, rented by the week. That's happening. And we seem unable to enforce on this actor. And what I'm asking is that we add another tool to try and prevent this kind of egregious behavior in our city that's victimizing folks who rent in the city. That's all I'm asking. I'm requesting that we send it to staff to work on how we can create new conditions. It's a new category in the very multitude of categories we have within our licensing bylaw right now. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Fry. I'm just going to make some comments. Okay, that's a motion from Councillor Fry to extend. I need a seconder. Councillor Maloney. Pardon me, Councillor Fry, to finish the item or to complete the item? Okay, so that's seconded by Councillor Maloney. All in favor say yay. Okay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, I'm going to oppose as well. I do need a break. I apologize, but so that did not pass. So we are going to take a lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. The recorded vote. Okay, there's some lack of clarity around who was opposed and who was in favor, so we're going to do a recorded vote right now, and just noting the time. Sorry about that. Exactly. Or pardon me, it's on the motion from Councillor Fry to extend, to complete this item. Okay, that's a tie. Oh, pardon me. We can't consider the vote. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock and complete the item and the remaining 2 motions. Thanks.
We've only once license.
Welcome to TELUS Conference.
Hey Irina, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
I can hear you great too. Thank you.
Thanks.
My apologies for being late. We are now, I think we have no one else on the queue. I'll just check in though, just because we are coming back from lunch to see if there are any further speakers or questions with respect to motion number 2. I'm hearing none. In that case, I will call the vote. I just want to check in. Do we have everyone who's online? Yep. Okay. I'll call the vote then.
Chair, Councillor Kirby Young, I'm trying to get on the queue.
Oh,
and I'm
yeah.
just
Yes.
technical issue.
We'll add you on. Sorry.
And we still have the ability to speak to the motion, I believe, right?
Yes, we do. Absolutely. We're just going to advance you. There you go. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think there's some clearly egregious situations. We heard from the one tenant of Ocean Park Place at 990 Broughton. And I think that tenants deserve to feel that there are good rules in place and that they are being enforced. I think that we do have an enforcement gap. I appreciate the comments from staff that if a business license, for example, is taken away, that then people can't occupy the building. And I know that it's a bit of a process and a bit of an art, but having said that, I think there's also opportunities for the city to be stricter in its enforcement with the few bad actors. I think that the majority of folks are decent landlords, but there have been some situations that have been particularly egregious and in the news, and we want to make sure we avoid those. I will say that, further to the questions that I asked earlier, what I'm looking for in the report back is that it's, and I'm going to be reviewing the results when it comes back, is through a sort of 3 points in a lens. One is that we're not proposing something that duplicates what the City of Vancouver is already doing, so that the report clearly identifies that. 2, we're not duplicating within the provincial jurisdiction, and we very much are staying within our lawful ability to enforce and look at good coordination opportunities with the province. And the 3, that it's really a pragmatic approach that's taken in terms of identifying what any key gaps are from the existing policies that we already have. Because as was mentioned, for example, things like the requirement to display your rental business license and other components of this motion already exist. So I'm looking for, I think, hopefully a very streamlined, focused report that identifies any missing pieces, as well as some commentary about how the City of Vancouver can better utilize, if I can put it that way, the enforcement mechanisms that we have. So, but I do think that renters do deserve to feel those competence, and we need to know that we can deal with the bad situations within the city's lawful ability to do that. So I'm happy to support on that basis.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Now, Councillor Claassen, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks I'll keep my remarks really brief. I'm going to be echoing a fair bit of what we just heard from Councillor Kirby Young. When asked, when we heard back from the Deputy City Manager, that we are currently, we do have processes in place that have been pretty robust and have been fairly successful. But as has been noted through the discussion and hearing from our speakers today, there are certainly potentially some gaps that could be addressed. And as I cited the example of the recent coordination across jurisdictions with regard to some of the arts events licenses. Not that necessarily we want to be too heavy-handed, but when there's life safety at risk, and really egregious examples such as the one cited with Ocean Park and others, I think we do have a role to play, and again, sort of staying in our lane, working with RTB and being able to make this happen. So with that all in mind, I intend to support this motion because I think we need to support our renters. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen. I'll just advance myself. Okay, Councillor Zhou, could you take the chair? Thank you. Just really briefly, because I think I only had 30 seconds left on my time, was simply to say I appreciate the interest in bringing this forward by Councillor Fry. Particularly, I was asking questions just to really understand jurisdiction and what we'd be taking on and seeking report back on in terms of regulatory changes. And what I heard clearly is it's really tied to sort of, licensing, enforcement, standards of maintenance, and really in the context of life safety considerations for residents in the City of Vancouver, and it won't duplicate the role of the RTB. And I appreciate, and I can certainly do this at the end of the meeting, but I'll just note it now, is that I think council, all of council would welcome a written memo and update on enforcement measures related to buildings where concerns have been raised. And if we could get an update fairly swiftly on that, I'm just noting that for our city manager. Beyond that, I'm happy to support the motion, and I see no one else on the queue, so I'll call the vote. And if you could vote on screen, please, council. And clerks, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please. And council, that concludes the vote, and this motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes this item, and we will move on to item number 3, which is council member motion paving the way for more nonprofit housing in Vancouver. This is to be introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, does anyone have a conflict of interest? If so, please declare it now. Hearing none. Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
For non-profit housing providers to buy completed buildings originally intended for market housing and use them to provide affordable homes. Non-profit housing providers face significant financial challenges because they don't have a profit margin to dip into when projects take longer or costs become higher. So buying recently completed buildings eliminates some of this uncertainty. If we add more certainty to the process of getting a refund on the development charges they would have been exempt from if they'd built the project from scratch, we might be able to encourage more non-profit housing providers to buy recently completed buildings and get more affordable housing sooner. This arose with the example of BC Housing, which purchased 3077 Madam Street, a completed building to provide non-market housing for women and children in partnership with the YWCA. The for-profit developer who constructed the building paid development charges to the city that BC Housing would have been exempt for if it had developed the project from scratch. BC Housing had to buy the building, go through the rezoning process and apply for a grant to get an effective refund on the development charges. They bought the building with significant uncertainty as to whether they would be able to get those development charges back, and this is a risk that smaller non-government non-profit housing providers wouldn't be able to bear and probably wouldn't be able to, it would make projects fall over. So non-profit housing providers taking completed buildings off the hands of developers is a win-win. It allows housing to come online years more quickly and frees up developer funds to kick off new housing projects. We're in a housing crisis and we need to be nimble and responsive to make the most of an opportunity that's fallen into our lap to quickly provide affordable housing, which is what our city needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bly. We'll now hear from registered speakers on this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. We'll ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if not, if it isn't listed on the speakers list. Public speakers speaking in person can use the new podium on the left side of the gallery to my right. Please adjust the podium to a comfortable height for speaking into the microphone. Our first speaker is Isha Rayani, and I believe Isha is on the phone. Do we have her on the line?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay. Well, that concludes our speakers then. Committee members, any questions or comments? Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think we're most of us in the chamber are familiar with the instance when it came to the Madams Avenue project and with regards to YWCA and Fabric Living. I thought that was a situation where the process really worked. The information that was provided during the initial grant request was not clear, and that was acknowledged by our team members, that there were some gaps in terms of understanding. And ultimately, what we ended up doing is passing it with, I think, enthusiasm, knowing that it's a great project, it's built, and the operator, YWCA, is also excellent. And so the staff feedback that we received is that this streamlined mechanism is not required to achieve the goals already outlined in the motion. And the city can already support nonprofit acquisitions through existing one-off grant requests, which allows council to assess each situation individually without requiring amendments to the Vancouver Charter via the city's community amended contributions policy. This approach maintains flexibility, preserves council oversight, and avoids introducing broad legislative changes when the current tools remain efficient. So in short, I think my perspective on this is, notwithstanding the good intentions on here, it does somehow kind of tie the hands of council for that ultimate oversight on these ones. We also have the precedent. I think we had a great learning experience, both on the staff side, on the council side, when it came to the example that I cited earlier. So I don't feel that this motion is necessarily going to advance that work, and potentially might even just add more unneeded oversight, and where the system that we have currently, as clearly stated by the staff memo, works fine. So with that in mind, I do not plan to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm willing to support this motion. My recollection of the events with the Madam Street project are quite different than Councillor Klassen's. It was an administrative report to council in order for staff to find a workaround to refund the DCLs just a matter of days after council, through a public hearing process, rezoned what was a market rental housing to a social housing project based on that acquisition from BC Housing in collaboration and partnership with the YWCA, and this council voted it down, not a majority, a majority, not unanimous. So there was quite a bit of information in that report, enough that I think 4 of us voted to support it because it made sense, but actually 7 voted against it, if my recollection is correct. So I think that was a massive risk and showed a huge opportunity to tighten up the process. I imagine this charter change would actually be quite simple, and the decision and oversight of the council is that we would have to rezone a property that would trigger this refund. But this was purely administrative and became quite a stressful situation for everybody involved, and caused significant delays and compromised a massive multi-million-dollar transaction. So yeah, I think this is a great motion, and I think actually it responds to exactly what we heard, which was our legal team, our planning team, and our social services team all stand up in front of this council and say we don't have an easy mechanism to do this simple transaction of a refund of a DCL in an instance where this council had approved rezoning of the project itself that would trigger that refund. So there's clearly a missing component that this motion sets to address. And you know, those are transactions where there are pretty big players at the table for smaller operators, smaller builders, not-for-profit developers, and housing operators to work together on this. We should make it as simple as possible. So I suspect we're going to see more of these situations come up, and if we can do our very best to reduce the bureaucracy and streamline the process, we should.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll weigh in, and I'm just looking directly at the staff input that came here, and I'm always guided by looking at motions between what is the problem we're trying to solve for, and will something be better, right, if a change is made. And so I'm looking at the feedback from staff that says a streamlined mechanism is not necessary to achieve the goals outlined in the motion. The city can already support nonprofit acquisitions through existing grant requests, which allow council to assess the situations without requiring amendments to the Vancouver Charter via the city's community amendment contributions policy. This maintains flexibility and avoids introducing broad legislative changes when the current tools are already sufficient. There is, it's a long and laborious process to open up the Vancouver Charter. There's a lot of change happening now with respects to CACs, AACs, DCLs, very live point of discussion and conversation. And so I think that also needs to play out. But meantime, we do have the ability here. My recollection of the particular situation that prompted this motion, that particular one, was that I think that staff acknowledged broadly that there was an insufficient amount of information that was presented to council. And so that was something on our side, I think, that was a good takeaway and a good learning, but it doesn't mean that the tools don't exist. So I don't see the need with all of the other changes that we want to ask for the province more broadly. I think including flexibility around CACs and DCLs to do, that there is a large scale issue to solve for here. And in fact, we already have sources of funding. We have EHT, which funds CHIP grants. We have a number of different things that support these projects. And to the comment that was made about triggered rezoning, et cetera, this motion doesn't deal with that. That's a separate point, and that doesn't address that specifically either. So I don't think that it's achieving anything additional to solve for sort of an issue. We had a one-off situation that had very specific sort of factors around it that was resolved and dealt with, and we have a mechanism to do this. So I just think that we need to be very thoughtful about the work that we provide back to staff. We've just given them, I think, a really important piece of work to look at identifying key loopholes to ensure that the renters are supported from landlords and bad actors. And I want to ensure that our staff time is put where it's going to have the most impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to support this, and I don't need to spend too much time on it. I do interpret the request to look at the Vancouver Charter as somewhat differently, just to identify and report back. It seems like in case there is some kind of need, the Vancouver Charter. And I totally appreciate that this was sort of a one-off, unique situation, but at the same time, as a council, we really have committed to expediting delivery of housing, and this seems to be a logical kind of extension to get out of this sort of like quagmire that might otherwise prevent the timely delivery. Because if we can kind of go back in time a little bit, recognizing that it had to come back to council not once but twice, and that requires clerk resources, that requires staffing resources, it's rezoning planners. There's a whole bunch that got attached to really what was kind of a technicality. And the fact of the matter is that because we were shifting this from a market development to a not-for-profit housing for single moms escaping domestic violence, to me seems like, yeah, we shouldn't have had to go through that rigmarole. So if we can create a mechanism that could get ahead of this for any future, albeit unique scenario that might come along like this again, I think it makes good sense. And I don't see this as an especially onerous ask of staff to take a look at and report back. So I'm happy to support this because I think it does improve the efficiency of delivery of housing that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add. Just noting that, yeah, it was a strange process that happened, and then I appreciate Councillor Maloney sort of trying to, prevent that from happening, and I agree also with Councillor Bly too that it's important to sort of get this all streamlined and get on the same page, and in that manner, I'll support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
The current process that we have is incredibly awkward. It requires a grant application and a 2/3 majority council decision. Considering that voting against grant applications effectively gives the City of Vancouver a windfall gain at the expense of people who need social housing, this aspect of it should be automatic, and that's what I think we should explore. And this shouldn't be a one-off. This shouldn't be a unique situation. We should make it as easy as possible for this to happen more often. But the real effect of failing to streamline our processes is that this simply won't happen again because smaller non-profit housing providers won't be able to take the risk, which is another missed opportunity by this council to provide affordable homes in our city. The motion's asking for staff to explore and report back on opportunities to improve and streamline our processes, and I couldn't disagree more strongly with the statement that the process really worked. I think the process barely worked for the biggest, most robust government non-profit housing provider that there is. So there's no change in the form of the building. The only difference is the amount of affordability, and that is the people that will be living in the building will be paying less. We still have multiple opportunities for input, for example, with the rezoning process. I think that this council should be looking for more opportunities to streamline our processes, especially with regard to the provision of affordable homes in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I've just added myself to the queue just to comment briefly. Sorry, I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Zhou, as acting mayor. Just to note, I also appreciate the spirit of which this motion is brought forward, and my assessment of council here is that there's a real consensus around support for nonprofit housing in the city. But I would say, interestingly enough, we all seem to have very different recollections of the discussion regarding BC Housing and Fabric Living and that scenario, which I do think after almost 8 years, I had never seen a situation like that. And I think my colleagues have articulated very clearly considerations raised by staff about the tools we already have to address this. But I would say, as in my experience over that particular case, was that there was questions of the sequencing of that report coming to council versus in advance or after the public hearing. There was questions about the information, the fact that we were learning about the properties in question on the fly from speakers. There was so in my estimation, I very interestingly put that, what problem are we solving for? I don't think that this motion is also going to move the needle on delivering nonprofit housing. We have much greater tools in the toolbox to deliver nonprofit housing in partnership with the provincial and federal governments. But I think that the comments made by staff about the tools that we already have are very clear. And so I'll leave it there. Councillor Maloney?
Like to reply to that. I think that our economic circumstances are very different than they have been in the past, and I think it's worth looking at opportunities to give for-profit developers an off-ramp with completed buildings to free up funds that could be used to kick off new housing developments. But I agree that this might not move the needle very much on providing affordable homes in our city, but it would be worth exploring, because what would have moved the needle on providing nonprofit housing in our city is the social housing initiative. But we voted that down, not me, but the majority on council. So what I'm doing is scrambling around to find any opportunity to make it easier for nonprofit housing providers to provide affordable homes in our city, and I would hope that the majority on council would agree with that it would be a priority for them.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. And seeing no one else on the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote on screen.
Sure, if I can get a vote.
Sorry, Councillor Montague?
I get a vote assist in opposition, please.
Okay, noted. Also, please note I'm in opposition. Clerks. And thank you, Council. That motion fails with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Montague, Councillor Claassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Zhou. Thank you, and that concludes item 3 on our agenda. Our last item, member motions, is motion number 4, blinded by the light, improving public safety by looking at headlight glare. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Just before you do that, Councillor Orr, any conflicts of interest to declare? Okay, I'm hearing none. And so, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Mic on? Okay, awesome. Yeah, this one, I kind of admit it's a little personal because my mom absolutely hates these lights when driving. And from what I've been hearing from a lot of people, a lot of people do as well. I remember asking myself when I first started seeing these the headlights on the road, how is this legal? So I do realize this is outside of our jurisdiction, but I think it's important to advocate to the federal government. So these LED headlights and HID headlights, especially on oversized vehicles, are very common in Vancouver and have been linked to reduced nighttime visibility, delayed reaction times, and higher risk of collisions. These impacts are felt not just by drivers, but by cyclists, pedestrians, seniors, and people with vision impairments who are especially vulnerable to glare. This motion directs to call on the federal government through Transport Canada and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to establish clear, enforceable limits on headlight brightness, beam patterns, and mounting heights, and to strengthen oversight of high-intensity lighting technologies and aftermarket modifications. And I will note that staff did recommend this direction, and hopefully the wording is adequate, although I've been made aware that it might not be, so I'm looking forward to working on fixing that. But in the end, this is, I think, a practical public safety motion. I think it reaffirms our commitment to safe and walkable streets, and that this depends on addressing these real hazards that people face every night on our roads. So, looking forward to some robust discussion, and hopefully we can support this. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. That was seconded by Councillor Bly. Committee members, any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do have an amendment to propose if you want to move us to amendment queue, Chair.
Yes, I will do that right now.
Can you pop? I'll put myself back on. Sorry.
Yep.
Am I on? Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I have an amendment that I did share earlier with Councillor Orr, and it's not material to the content and the aspiration of the motion, but just recognizing that this is an advocacy motion to FCM. And I think the language, as it was published on the agenda, talks about having staff explore. And it's actually elected officials that have to vote support a resolution and submit it. And so I provided what I hope is some helpful clarifying language. And you can see there in B. So it strikes the direct staff to explore, and it says that the following resolution be submitted for consideration at the next conference. And then it also includes actual resolution language, which is the larger bulk piece below, because that's also a requirement in terms of the resolutions process, that the language that will actually be included in the resolutions package for delegates is typically included. So I shared that earlier with Councillor Orr. Hopefully that's a friendly amendment to help streamline the process so that it doesn't get lost on its advocacy journey. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Can I get a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Okay, Councillor Orr to the amendment.
Yeah, very, very happy to support the amendment. Always learning here on council, and just it's great. It's great that we can kind of come together and to collaborate on the proper language, and really appreciate that, and looking forward to support that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. I've just been informed by the clerks that they just need a few moments to get some clarity on the amendments. So I'm just going to suggest we take a 3-minute break and come back in 3 minutes. Thanks. We just need to clarify some of the text of the amendment, but the clerks are they've clarified their question around that. So we're going to go to Councillor Klassen Councillor Orr. Did you have comments? Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen.
Gosh, really short, Chair. I'm just going to say that I rely upon my colleagues when it comes to submissions to bodies like FCM and LMLGA. So just appreciative of Councillor Kirby-Young's doing this and Councillor Orr in terms of bringing the original motion. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney.
Sorry, this is still the amendment queue, is it?
We're in the amendment queue. Yes.
Right. I don't need to say anything about this. I agree.
Okay, so we will vote on this amendment. Clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. And this is on the amendment. Okay, we'll just get that up on the screen. Here we go. Oh, and momentarily it should show up. Right? It's not on the screen. Do we need a few minutes? It is in everybody's email, so I'm just not clear if there's a requirement to have it on the screen if everybody has it in their email. Okay. Councillor Blyde, do you have it in your email, and are you satisfied with? Okay, perfect. Yeah. On that point around broadcasting to the public, I can read it out. It's quite lengthy. Oh, okay. The vote is unanimously in support. Yeah. Okay. And just to confirm, all the councillors do have it in their email, so they were able to see it. Okay, great. Thanks. So we'll go back to the main queue. And Councillor Kirby-Young, anything further to add?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
I have an amendment, please.
Okay, I'm just going to take us to the amendment queue. Councillor, sorry. One moment here. Councillor Maloney, please go ahead on the amendment.
Yeah, my amendment's to that council request that the mayor write to ICBC to ask them to explore the implications of establishing discounts for drivers whose headlights have been checked in the last 12 months. Now, the idea from this is from, there's an article by a guy called Daniel Stern, and he says that no matter how good or bad your headlamps or fog lamps might be, they'll work effectively and safely only if they're correctly aimed. And lamp aim is by far the main thing that determines how well you can or can't see at night, and it's even more important than the output and beam patterns of the headlamps themselves. And also proper aiming can help prevent other drivers from being flashed. So this simply asks the mayor to write to ICBC and ask them to explore this.
Hey, can I get a seconder? Councillor Orr? Okay, seconded by Councillor Orr. Not seeing anyone else on the queue to speak to the amendment. So we'll go straight to the vote. This is on the amendment from Councillor Maloney. Okay, that looks like a tie, which I understand means it does not pass. And Councillor Dominato was in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. Myself in opposition. Councillor Klassen in opposition. And Councillor Joe in opposition. So now we're going to go back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Maloney, anything to add on the main motion?
Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Orr for moving this motion. It's really important. I must say that I don't enjoy driving that much, and it's particularly difficult to drive, especially on country roads, when you're being flashed by the badly adjusted lights of other motorists. And as an aside, I'd certainly like to see more cyclists pointing their extremely powerful LED lights downwards towards the road, especially in some of the badly lit bike routes like the seawall. Thanks very much.
Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just simply to say, I appreciate Councillor Orr's desire to do some advocacy around this, because I think probably most of us have observed, whether we're driving or pedestrians or cyclists, that increasingly over time the headlight brightness and glare seems to have changed, particularly with newer model vehicles, and it is appropriately addressed at the federal level. And so happy to support the advocacy to that level of government. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this further, we'll go to the vote. It's on the motion as amended. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, that is the end of our agenda for the Standing Committee. We'll now convene in Council with Mayor Sim as Chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you, Mayor Sim.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, so we will convene in Council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim and the Chair, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Not here. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. So we need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for Report 1 and Council Member Motions 1 through 4. Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young, I believe. Yep, okay, yes. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any items of urgent business? And I can't see the screen, so. Okay, so then in that case, I would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young was first, and I think Councillor Dominato was second. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.